IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. For those of you who might have forgot about me, my name is Brian Driscoll. I am the owner and publisher here at Irish Breakdown, joined by Sean Davis from Lucky Lefty and also from Irish Breakdown. Always part of the crew and the family. And we are back, Sean. We are a week and a half away from Notre Dame kicking off spring practice. We're going to have a lot to say about that, including, kind of clearing the air on some things that are out there that aren't true. Now, this is kind of my first chance to really address it in today's show. And we're going to talk about the Notre Dame team. We're going to talk about recruiting, R. We're going to talk about the team, Notre Dame team, T. And then we're going to have a college football topic, CF. And so today, Sean, you and I are going to talk about some of the biggest questions we have about this Notre Dame football team heading into spring. And questions doesn't mean concerns. Questions can also just mean, I don't know. And I'm curious to see how it's going to go. And that's a lot more of where our questions are going to be focused on from when Sean and I were prepping for the show. It's not so much, gee, I'm worried about this, I'm worried about that. It's like, here's some things we don't know about the team, and there's questions we have that we need to see. And so we want to see, how those things play out. So we'll look at that. And we'll talk about, from a recruiting standpoint, is Notre Dame losing momentum on the recruiting trail? Or have they missed their opportunity to really hit a home run after the 2014 season, 2020, the 14-2 season they had in 2024. We'll talk about that, of course, and then we'll talk about how, the answer is, well, not really. It's a little early, but obviously they're going to have to start getting rolling here a little bit. So we'll have some numbers to throw out at you and some facts to give you and some interesting things to discuss. And then in the college football part, Clemson's having a very good offseason, Trevor, after a much-needed bounce-back 2024 season. In some ways, 2024 was a little bit disappointing for Clemson. I think it was a little bit of a disappointing regular season with the 3 losses that they had. But they bounced back with a big win in the ACC title game, battled Texas in the playoff game, put together a really strong recruiting class. They're off to a great recruiting start now. I think the recent ACC deal probably helps Clemson more than any team in the ACC just because they already have a strong foundation. I think people at Florida State think just having more money to throw into a bad situation is going to somehow make them better. I think for Clemson it helps. So we'll talk about, is Clemson back? Is Clemson back to being that team that people have to look at and say, boy, if they keep doing this, this, and this, they could be back to competing for titles? Or is it just more about them trying to regain primacy in the ACC, but not being the national power that they were from really, if we're being real about it, from 2013 to 2020? Because people forget they beat Ohio State in the Orange Bowl in 2013. They beat LSU in the Peach Bowl in 2014 with Taj Boyd that set the stage for what came later with Deshaun Watson and then Trevor Lawrence. So we'll talk about that as well, Sean. I'm excited about it. But I'm also just excited to be doing a show with you, man. The week off was good. I got recharged and jumped in the show for about a minute there last week. I just couldn't go a full week without being in the show, man. I just missed y'all too much. You guys did a phenomenal job. You and Trevor did a great job last week with me out, which helped me relax and enjoy the vacation even more. But my man, I'm ready to be back with you, ready to get this thing rocking and rolling.
What was your favorite meal? You got it. I do. What did you try?
Man, so they had a lot of different things on the ship. They had a deli place that had some really good sandwiches. They made a great tuna melt. I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it was really good.
The tuna was probably fresh.
Yeah, it was really fresh.
Taste,
I told the guy, I said, look, I just wanted tuna, provolone, lettuce on a rustic bread. And he's like, I'm going to make you a tuna melt. And I was like, that's not what I asked for, but whatevs. If I don't like it, I can get another one. It's all free. So he made it, and I was like, you're the man. So had a really nice molten lava cake with ice cream for dinner after one day. The food was okay. It wasn't great. The ship was okay. It wasn't great, but it was great to be around my family, and it was obviously great to relax a little bit. That was the big thing. And then, Ange and I got a chance to spend some much needed time together. We drove 13 hours the last 2 days to get back home from Virginia. Here, actually, the best thing I ate was when I got back home to Virginia, going to Captain George's all-you-can-eat seafood buffet. That was probably the best food I ate while I was gone. But we drove 13 hours the last 2 days. Didn't have the radio on at all. Just a lot of time talking and just, doing a lot of different things. And so that was good. But, man, I'm ready to rock and roll. Spent a lot of downtime there. We had a suite, so we had like a big balcony, so I spent a lot of time on the deck, just thinking through Irish Breakdown and where I want to take it and some of the things that I want to do. And so I'm ready to start implementing some of that stuff, and I'm getting ready to rock and roll, and spring ball's getting ready to start. And I was actually, when we booked the trip, I was really nervous, like we were going to miss the first couple practices just because usually they start in early March. So I was very happy when they announced it was going to be March 18th and then moved back to March 19th. And so all that stuff was good. And so now I get to take that recharge vacation, come back, and dive right in with a good week and a half before Notre Dame starts spring ball, man. So I could not be happier, Sean. Could not be happier than I am right now, and excited to be back and excited to get going and ready to rock and roll, man.
Glad to have you back, bro.
Well, Sean, we got some fun stuff to talk about today, man, and I can't wait. And so I want to start first. It's RTCF, but we mix up the order a little bit. And today we want to start talking about the team stuff. And I want to first start. I want to clear up something and make sure that everybody's on the same page about something, because I was unsure of it, but I said, okay, I'm going to wait till I get back so I can talk to some people about it. But Notre Dame sent out an email while I was gone, and to the media, and it listed 10 practices. I don't know if it was reported by people that it was only going to be 10. I was trying my best to check out last week of all that. Obviously, I jumped in the show because it was nice just being a listener and enjoying the great job you and Trev were doing last week. And the show that Trev and Bill Bender did was also excellent. You know, Bill's always good. And watching kind of Trevor kind of come into his own last week, you know, I thought was really fun to see. And you guys had some great shows together. But outside of that, I kind of checked off of YouTube as much as I could. I checked out of a lot of different things. And I don't know what was reported, but it seems like some people took it as being reported that there was only going to be 10 practices. So just so we're clear, and I got this confirmed by multiple sources today, Notre Dame is having 15 practices. That includes the blue gold game. The blue gold game always, counts as a practice. So it's like 14 practices plus the blue gold game. The 10 comes from just what we have access to as media. That's where the 10 came from. So maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Maybe it was just reported. I don't know where it came from. Don't care. Not trying to throw anybody under the bus or anything like that. I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page. They are having 15 practices. I wasn't in love with the idea of 10, but I was like, look, they also had a whole extra month of practice compared to everybody else in college football, and only them and Ohio State had that much time. Well, Ohio State had that many. Well, Ohio State has to have 15 because they have a brand new team in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Where Notre Dame's a little bit of a different deal, but I didn't love it. And there were some different things that some people had some very emotional reactions to the 15 practices, or 10 practices, but that's not an issue. They're going to have the full 15. There's just going to be 5 practices where it's just the team, no media, no outside, nothing like that. It's just going to be them. So I want to make sure that's clear to begin. So that's not a question we have to deal with anymore. They're going to have 15. Now let's get into the real team topic today, Sean, which is the biggest questions we have about this team going in the spring. What I love about college football, and it's even more so true now, and now it's more of a love-hate, but with Notre Dame, it's more of a love because we don't see the mass exodus from Notre Dame that we see from other programs. We don't see a bunch of Notre Dame players jumping into the portal to go get paid bigger paydays just because, right? I mean, we see guys jump in the portal, but it's more of the natural type of thing. And you know, guys, maybe there's an issue with their position group or they're not guaranteed a starting spot and they want to have one. And that's all the normal stuff. We don't see a big exodus. They have about the same number of guys come in as they have leave every year in the portal. So it's a different situation. But what I've always loved about college football is every team looks so much different. You know, in the NFL, you always have things that look different. But like I remember the Broncos 97, 98, 2 Super Bowl teams, right? I mean, you know, in 97, I think it was like Glenn Cadrez and Alan Aldridge were starting linebackers. And then next year they had a different starting linebacker. 97 team had Gary Zimmerman at left tackle, Tony Jones at right tackle. Gary Zimmerman retires, so Tony Jones moves over to left tackle. I think it was Harry Swain steps in at right tackle. You know, you're always going to have some little changes like that, but for the most part, that was the same team in 97 and 98. I mean, it was still had Elway, still had TD, still had Rod Smith, still had Shannon Sharp, still had McCaffrey, still had, you know, John Mobley, still had, you know, Neil Smith, still had Steve Atwater, still had Alfred Williams, still had Ray Crockett, still had, you know, it was pretty much the same team. In college football, a lot of times, Sean, it's such a different team year to year. And even a team like Notre Dame that has a lot of guys coming back, it's still going to be such a different looking team this next season, especially because of the fact that you add in some personnel losses in the coaching staff. So there's a lot of questions about this team that are going to, and how they're answered. It's not positive or negative, but just how they're answered are going to have a huge impact on what this team looks like. And I just know, generally speaking, Sean, for me, that's one of my favorite parts about the offseason is no two teams are the same. 94 Nebraska had a lot of different pieces than 95 Nebraska. How they won games 94 to 95 changed. 01 Miami looked a lot different than 02 Miami, even though it was loaded and elite. One team was a little bit more talented, but had better leadership, in my opinion, than the other one. And so there's just a lot of different things to go into it, but teams look different. And for Notre Dame, Sean, this team's going to look a lot different. And the big question is going to be, what does it look like? But as we kick this thing off, the biggest question about this team as a whole, before we get into offense and defense, is can this Notre Dame team stay hungry or even take it to another level? Does the success they had this season, Sean, cause them to feel like, hey, we're pretty good, we feel good about ourselves? Or does getting that close make Notre Dame say, no, we were that close and we're pissed off? And the reason I brought up the 97-98 Broncos is because I remember how good the Broncos were in the regular season in 96. You remember that, Sean? They were really good. And then they go out and get upset by the Jaguars. And instead of saying, well, it is what it is, they got mad. And they came out those next 2 years and kind of took it out on the NFL. Does this Notre Dame team say, we got this close and now I'm even hungrier than I was before? Or do they say, hey, we've arrived, let's feel good about ourselves? Or is it somewhere in between? That, more than anything else that we're going to talk about the rest of the show, could very well, and I think will have, the biggest impact on just how good this team will be in 2025. Will they just be a 10-plus win team that's top 10 team, or are they a title contender again? I think the first thing that we're going to have to see is the answer to that question, Sean, more than anything else.
Yeah, for me, we talked about it pre-show, and I think we're going to, as we go into the other topics, I think it's probably the biggest question, that really kind of spawns and impacts all of the other questions. I'm very interested. We talked about a little bit on Friday, whether it's 10 or 15, we can sit down and hypothesize what the impact would be if it were 10 practices. Oh, what is it if it's 15? Ultimately, let me just start here. I'm very interested, and this is a question that we didn't even put on the list. I'm very interested in seeing what Marcus Freeman thinks he has to push in the form of buttons. That is what, because he's watching. I'm sure he's watching the workouts with Lauren Lando. I'm sure he's looking at the board. And this is the last week is really the first time, but he's been all in. Maybe the last 2 weeks is like the first time he's been all in on the team, because he's been off recruiting. Like right after they ran into the national championship, right back into recruiting. 26 class. They've been making offers to 27 class. He was trying to fill 2 spots on his staff, more than that. And then Dylan McCullough leaves, and he's trying to fill that spot. That was probably unexpected. So it's been busy. He's probably happy just to get back to focusing on his team. Like, okay, let me lock in and focus on my guys. So I am very interested in what he wants to, like, what, if he had a notepad, I would want to see what his priorities for this spring, because I think his priorities are totally different than they were in any other season, in any other spring.
Including a year ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right? And I think his evolution as a coach lends itself to him being able to handle whatever he wants to get done. We kind of talked about certain things, but I think for me, that is a question that leads into, the change in the team, the change in the leadership, the direction of the team, right? And then you start to get into the subcultures, which is, the offense, Mike Denbrock, the quarterback battle, the running back rotation. Does it stay the same? Does it go another step with what Jawan Sider said in his press conference, right? Offensive line, what does that look like? How do the injuries and the participants and non-participants play into opportunities? All of these things flow off of what are the priorities for Marcus Freeman on his little card that he has in his back pocket at each practice. Like, what's the priority? Big picture, and then what's the priority for each practice? What are we trying to get done? That's supported by all of those different questions that we're going to talk about moving forward. But I just wanted to point that out because I think that is a question within itself, Marcus Freeman, and how he deals with those changes in all areas. Because he's had a lot on his plate, more probably than any other offseason. It's been a lot because now, not only that, he has to be able to deal with fame. He has to be able to deal with attention. Now, he's always been charismatic. He's always garnered attention. Being the head coach of Notre Dame comes with that. But he almost takes it to another level with the attraction of who he is and coming off of that national championship game. Now it's like, all right, how do you even handle that within yourself?
Exactly. It's him staying hungry too, Sean, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's him also having that fire. And I'm not saying he doesn't. I mean, there are certain things that are going to be that it's funny how optics can change from one year to the next. A year ago, Marcus Freeman's at all these sporting events and he's seen, and it's, oh, that's our coach. Now you still have some of that, but now it's like, well, they're not killing in the recruiting trail. And there's this thought of like, man, like I wish that guy was doing more recruiting and not at all these events being a celebrity coach. I'm like, he's doing the same thing now as he did a year ago. But now the expectations have changed. And so now things he did last year are kind of like, well, man, why aren't you out there on the recruiting trail? I'm like, well, we don't know that he isn't, first of all. But like it is, but that is still a question mark from the standpoint of we just have to see it. Does he have that same fire? Is he going to get after them? Is he going to hold them to the same standard as he did a year ago? Is he going to stay that post-NIU guy? Because you've seen it before, Sean, where you have something happen and your team takes off and then you have great success and then you kind of come back down because you've kind of had that aha, we've arrived moment. Now, I've heard some different things from people around Marcus Freeman that make me think that maybe he's a little having a reaction to the end of the season that we would hope he would have. Like maybe a little, not, man, what a great year. But more of like I can't freaking believe we lost that. You know what I mean? Like I've heard some of that. So we'll see. But that's all going to be part of this conversation is, to your point, is what Marcus Freeman did last year is the buttons he pushed for this football team. And it didn't happen right away. I mean, it probably took 2-3 weeks to really figure out what I got to do what buttons do I need to push to get this team to, because I thought we had this team figured out. I thought we knew who we were. We went down to Texas A&M and we outplayed that team. We were ready. We handled the 110,000 people. Man, we were the better team that day. And then the next week, no matter what, there was nothing I could do to push the right buttons in the game. What happened? And then we saw them the next week. They just out-talented Purdue for 4 quarters. And then the Miami game comes, and it's a little sloppy, and you're wondering where this team is. And the Louisville game was kind of – I mean, it was a big win, and it was a huge win, but it's a little sloppy. And then coming out of the bye, it's like, okay, whatever they needed to figure out, they got figured out during that bye. And for the rest of the year, that team just annihilated people until the semifinals. And then they had that – because one question I had is, can this team win a close game? And that's something we asked ourselves going into the playoffs, Sean, is can this team win a close game? They haven't played in one in forever. And then we saw that. Can this team play from behind? And they hadn't trailed in the second half of a game since Northern Illinois. They haven't trailed at halftime of a game since Northern Illinois. How are they going to handle if they fall behind to Georgia or Penn State? We didn't know who it was going to be, and then we saw them prove that in the Penn State game. We saw them prove that to a degree in Ohio. I mean, it didn't come all the way back, but that team never quit. So what do you do for an encore? Can you stay that hungry? And can you even take it to another level where, hey, guys, what we did last year in September, October, November, December, January, it doesn't matter because it wasn't good enough to win a title. That doesn't mean I'm dismissing what you did, but what we did last year wasn't good enough. We need to be even better because in Notre Dame, our best is playing for championship. We didn't play our best football against Ohio State. I think that's what Marcus Freeman's pissed about. It's not that they lost. It was that's not who we are. How we lost is not who we are. And then how do you stay hungry from that? And I think him, Mike Denbrock, Joe Rudolph, Mike Brown, Al Washington, Mike Mickens, Max Bulla, Marty Biaggi, like all the guys that are coming back, are you ready to take your thing to another level too? Do you all have that same level of, man, it was close, but we need to be better. We can be better. And then how do you get your players to live up to that standard? Because it's one thing for a 59-year-old OC to have that maturity, a 39-year-old head coach who's been in that situation as a player, now as a coach, you know, a guy like Chris Ash who's won a championship and all these different things. It's one thing for them to know the mindset and the expectation because they can get fired in the middle of the year if they don't do their jobs. But can the teenagers and the 20-somethings kind of have that same fire? And that's something we're going to see too, Sean. And you brought up something that I'd like for you to share too, which is this is why it's so important in the spring, because at the end of the day, Marcus Freeman's got to worry about Marcus Freeman and what he's doing as head coach, and he's got to push certain buttons. But there comes a certain level where if you need to push 1 million buttons for this team to be really good, maybe it's just not going to be really good. And I thought that thing you told me before the show that I want you to share is going to speak volumes, and we're going to get a chance to see, is this that team? First and foremost, we're going to first start to see it in the spring.
Yeah, you can talk about expectations, and I think expectations were high. This is not apples to apples because we're talking about coming off a national championship. But, of course, you know, talking to Malik Zaire about this offseason and what to expect and asking him, like, what should we expect for this team? What's their mindset right now coming off that loss? And he's like, look, 2014, we're a totally different team because we felt like that 2014 team was underwhelming. We had far more talent on that team than the record showed. We had no business being in the Music City Bowl against LSU. And then LSU was the favorite. So we knew going into the game, like, dude, we're better than them. We just have to show it. And so coming out of that game and getting that big win, he was like, no one had to rile each other up or convince each other to stay on campus after spring through the summer. Like the majority of the team stayed during the summer. Like we didn't wait for the fall workouts or fall camp. We worked out together on our own during the summer because we were hungry. We knew we were good enough to be a talented team and had expectations that we could win a national championship. And he was like, that's what they're going to have to do. The leaders of that team and the players are going to have to say, we're willing to go above and beyond whatever the coaches have set up for us because we want to take that next step. He was like, so we talked about Marcus Freeman, but on the flip side, this has to be a player-driven hunger. It has to be a player-driven hunger. Guys, you know, freshmen that come in, you know how it is. When you make it as a freshman or a rookie in a particular sport to the championship, you expect, oh, man, I got a long career. I will get back there. And it's like, no, there's work that goes into
Dan Marino
that.
gets to the Super Bowl in his second year, and you're like,
yeah.
oh, he'll be back.
Oh, he'll be back. No, didn't happen.
Never made it back.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, look, Riley Mills came back for the opportunity and missed it because of injury. Like, I'm sure he's happy because he watched it. That's why he made the decision to come back. That's why Howard Cross made the decision to come back. But they both were not at their best. So a part of them or a piece of them is hurt. So you have to make sure that you grab hold to this opportunity, man. This team, this roster, the wave that you're on right now, the coaching staff, the quarterbacks that could possibly cause elevation in the passing game that you have. There's a lot there that if everybody's locked in, pulling on the same rope in the same direction, this team could literally be elevating itself and be better than the 2024 version. That is what's in front of them. That is what is within their grasp. And they have to be willing to go get it. They have to be willing to go get it and do whatever it takes. And so I just thought that was profound coming from Malik, someone that's been through it and knew what that looked like to chase after that thing that you knew you were good enough to go ahead and accomplish. And I really think, a guy like Drake Bowen, I was reminded when Malik was telling me that story, I was like, I remember Drake Bowen being on a recruiting trip as a commit, and he was up there trying to help to recruit. And I remember reaching out to him on a Sunday morning, and he was in the gym working out. And I'm like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be recruiting. He was like, man, I couldn't miss my workout. I had to get my workout in.
His home gym. He's out in his garage on a Sunday.
No. He was still at Notre Dame.
Oh, man.
In the gym. Oh, man. He was at Notre Dame in the gym.
On a recruiting visit.
On a recruiting visit. So knowing that he was going to be one of the leaders, I'm like, okay, that's the type of guy that's at the forefront.
Here's the thing that this group of players has to deal with that Malik and his team didn't have to deal with. Because you and I have used that 15 team as a great example of the team leadership. And we've talked a lot about what that team could have been if you didn't have that giant anchor of Brian Van Gorder and Brian Kelly dragging you down. And if you didn't lose Malik and Torian Folsom and Durham Smythe and Jerron Jones and Sean Crawford and all those guys to season-ending injuries. But the reality is that was a player-led football team. If you can have a similarly led player team with a guy like Marcus Freeman and Mike Denbrock and the staff that they have now, and Mike Denbrock was obviously a part of that staff, but what was the part of the team that led well that year? It was the offense. But this what makes this a unique challenge is because now there's much more out there for you to chase that's about you in this NIL era. Hey, are you willing to say no to this thing over here because you got to focus on this team thing over here? Are you willing to say no to this individual thing over here because you got to be part of this team thing over here? That wasn't an issue for Leonard Moore a year ago. It wasn't as big of an issue for Jeremiah Love a year ago. It wasn't an issue for Drake Bowen. Talk about Drake a year ago. It wasn't an issue for Anthony Knapp a year ago. It wasn't an issue for Jaden Greathouse to the degree it was a year ago. It wasn't an issue for certain guys a year ago the way that it is now. Not because NIL wasn't there, but because they weren't those guys yet. It wasn't there for a Don Schuler a year ago the way that it is now. And I'm mentioning some of these guys on purpose, like Love and Bowen and Schuler and Moore. It wasn't even there for a guy like Christian Gray a year ago the way that it is now. Because some of those guys are guys we expect to be leaders of this team. You know, we expect Jeremiah Love to be a leader of this football team, Emil Wagner to be a leader of this football team, Drake Bowen to be a leader of this football team, Jaden Greathouse to be a leader of this football team, Don Schuler to be a leader of this football team. Well, in today's era, a lot of your best players are the ones being dragged in the different directions the most. If Jeremiah Love is willing to say, I don't care. Yeah, it's nice to get these deals. I want these deals. There's nothing wrong with deals he's getting. There's nothing wrong with the deal Jadarian Price got. There's nothing wrong with any of the deals these kids are getting. As long as it doesn't keep you from your team focus. And so it's going to be imperative that those type of guys, more than anybody else, are in the lab doing the work. Because if they're sacrificing some of these things because, hey, nope, can't do that because we got this morning throwing session we got to get in. We got this morning workout. Not workout that's mandatory, that you have to be at, but we got this workout that we planned or that I'm planning as that leader. Then that tells that guy that's like, hey, man, that guy's giving up this or saying, hey, I'll take the deal, but you're not going to distract me from this, then I better follow suit. And that doesn't change in the NIL, pre-NIL era. But if they're the ones kind of saying, hey, I can't be at this workout because I got to go sign this deal. I can't be at this workout because I got to go sign that deal. And all of a sudden your leaders are doing that. Now that's how your team takes that step back, where you don't have that same hunger. And that's the big question that I have about this team, Sean, because this is new to all these guys. And they don't have examples of how to have lived through that. They don't, because this is still also new. They're the examples now. They're the guinea pigs of this new crazy era of college football. They're the ones that are going to have to get the things that are wrong about it. They're the ones that are going to suffer through it as a college football entity. the things that we're allowing to happen to college athletes now, these are the players that are going to suffer from that, and their suffering is going to lead to hopefully changes to make it better for everybody. So the teams that win in this era are the teams whose leaders of the team are willing to say, the individual glory is great, and I'm going to take advantage of it as much as I can, up to the point where it starts to hurt my ability to lead this team to a championship, because that's still the ultimate goal. And to the extent that Jeremiah Love and Jaden Greathouse and Emil Wagner and CJ Carr, Kenny Minchie, Steve Angeli, Malachi Fields, once ever he arrives in the summer on offense, Billy Schrouth, Anthony Knapp, all those guys, Drake Bowen, Don Schuler, Leonard Moore, Christian Gray, Boubacar Traore, Josh Burnham, Gabriel Rubio, to the extent to those guys say, hey, listen, Jalen Sneed, Jaden Osborne, I won't leave anybody out, Kingston, there's so many of these guys, the extent that they're willing to say, get yours up to the point where it doesn't stop us from our team goals. We're all out to take advantage of these individual opportunities, and there's nothing wrong with that. Peyton Manning did more commercials during his tenure as a football player than anyone I've ever seen as a football player. But it was never something that took away from his desire to be great. Tom Brady made a lot of money in his tenure doing business things before his career was over. But it never took away from that putting in the work to be a champion. But they did that as professionals in their late 20s and 30s. These are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids that are having to learn this stuff. And that's why that player leadership now, Sean, is more important than it's ever been. And it's harder than it's ever been. Because now you got to convince some guy that, hey, maybe that $100,000 thing that's on the line here is good, but if they're not willing to wait for you to get out of this workout, then maybe you need to, you know what I mean? Like, that's a big deal. And that's where the leadership of this team is going to be so important, because they got to set the example with their actions as much as their words. And that ultimately could be the thing that determines us. And it starts with the head coach too, Sean. Am I willing to say no to this interview because I got some recruiting I got to do today? I'm willing to say no to this ESPN opportunity or this speaking engagement because I got some business I got to handle over here. Top down, head coach to the leaders of the players, their hunger, their willingness to say no to the personal glory because they still have to lead this team to team success is going to determine it. And by saying this, Sean, I'm not saying they're not going to. I'm not saying I'm worried about it. I'm saying the answer to that, which none of us truly know, is going to determine in a long way, a lot of ways, just how good this team can be. And that's going to be true for Notre Dame, Ohio State, Clemson, Bama, Georgia, Texas, Oregon. That's the challenge all these teams are facing. Penn State, and the ones that answer it the best are going to be the ones standing at the end. And that ultimately is what's going to determine for Notre Dame specifically, I think, how good they are. Because, Sean, there's no doubt in my mind the talent is there on this roster. We got some other specific football questions we're going to get into. But there's no debating this is one of the 3 or 4 best rosters in college football, in my opinion. Others can debate it. For me, there's no debate. You can debate it with me, but I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks for sharing. No, this is one of the 3 or 4 most talented rosters in college football. But it's those other things that are going to determine, can you win 16? Can you win game 16? Excuse me. And that's what I'm excited to see about this team, because I actually do think there's a unique level of maturity with some of these younger players, like a Drake Bowen, like a Don Schuler, like a Jaden Greathouse, like a Jeremiah Love. Where if Jeremiah Love was all about the money, he wouldn't be at Notre Dame. He never would have signed with Notre Dame in the first place. So there's always been something different about that kid. Can that maintain now that he's a star? Can it maintain with Greathouse? Can it maintain with Drake? Can it maintain with a Don? I think it will, but now we just need to see it. But I think those players are the core of what I think could be the leadership that is going to make us saying, remember that thing we brought up back in March? Yeah, they answered it real positively. And I think that's the core of guys that are going to have to set the example for this team. And then, of course, you've got the head football coach has got to set that example as well.
the breadcrumbs from the 24 season that we can pull from would lean you or cause you to lean towards them being able to answer those questions. You already talked about the question they had to answer, before that bye and then after the bye, and then how they looked. And then they had to answer the question, what are you going to do when you're in a close game? What are you going to do against a tough physical team that has just as much as a physical mindset that you haven't gotten over the hump against? That was Georgia. Penn State answered that previous question. And so the only question they didn't answer was, when you go up against an elite team that can score, is your offense good enough to keep up and keep you in the game? And they were still on the comeback trail, even in that, right? They didn't give up. They were resilient, and they got to who they were a little bit too late. So that leads me to believe that they are in the business of finding ways, right? Finding ways. This offense struggled similarly in the middle, or like 2 weeks, 2 through 5, kind of not the same, but we got Sam Hartman from the portal, started off hot, then the offense went into a little bit of a struggle, right? But that was a tough back-to-back. Those 3 games, Ohio State, Duke, Louis, that was tough, right?
And ended with USC.
Yes. But then, who did you have to figure it out? And I'm not throwing shots. I'm just really giving praise to Mike Denbrock. He figured it out, right? Because they went through a similar thing, but he was able to figure it out. What do we need to do offensively to get this thing going? And he figured it out, and they took off from there, like you said. So that, having Mike Denbrock, who was there, we talked about a reference, what Malik was talking about. He could speak to that. He could speak to the culture. He could speak to how those players reacted. So who can those players pull from? Pull from Mike Denbrock. Ask Coach Denbrock. Have discussions. Marcus Freeman might have some experiences from Ohio State. Those are the type of conversations that you have. Talk to an Amir Carlisle, who's on the staff. They can tell you, like, hey, this is what it was like. Was the summer of 14?
Good and bad.
Yeah.
Good and
talk
bad,
about both. They'll pull from the resources that they have. But I feel good with the breadcrumbs that we saw in 24 as far as answering questions, that this staff, these players, the hunger question is going to be answered.
If it is, Sean, I think a lot of this other stuff we're going to talk about in segment 2 falls into place. A lot of the stuff about the recruiting questions we're going to bring up in the show fall into place. And that's why we led with that as we get closer to spring, because the answer to that question of, is this team going to be as hungry? And again, we're asking it not in a, I don't think they're going to be, I'm concerned about this. It's just, we don't know, because we haven't yet to see this team play together, practice together. We haven't seen it. We've yet to see this coaching staff coach together. And until we see those things, we don't know. We can be hopeful, but we don't know. And that's why I think raising this question was really the best way for us to start and kick off this week and really ramp up this spring coverage, because more than any of the stuff that we're going to talk about next, and it's all important, this answer will be at the foundation of how positively all those things get answered. The quarterback thing is, if this is a hungry football team, then that quarterback's going to be a part of it. If this is a hungry football team, then this offensive line is going to carry it. If this is a hungry football team, those young safeties are going to take advantage of the opportunities this spring. And the young receivers are going, all these things we're going to talk about, they're going to happen because this is going to be a hungry football team. And they're a deep football team, which means, and this is where you get to Marcus Freeman, is like, you've got to make sure you maintain that challenge everything mentality. Because if a returner doesn't put in that work, you need to be able to say, fine, I'm going to go pay this freshman who's not getting any money. He's out there working his tail off every day, putting in the work. Hey, you were great for us last year, but what you did last year stops mattering the first day of winter workouts. Now it's about what you're doing now. And can you maintain that level of hunger? And that's where depth is important too, because it's like, look, Jeremiah Love doesn't want to put in the work this offseason. He's going to have Jadarian Price and Aeneas Williams, Kedron Young, and Nolan James breathing down his neck. Unfortunately, I don't believe Jeremiah Love's the type of player that needs that kind of push, even though I use him as an example. But there will be some guys that do. And that's a part of it. So we're going to move on to part 2 here in a second, Sean. But before we do, I want to ask y'all to do us a favor. Take these next 5 seconds, do one thing for me. If you're listening to the show and you're enjoying the show, right below where you're watching, whether it's on your phone, your iPad, or your computer, there's a little thumbs up button. Go ahead and hit that like for us. Just takes 5 seconds. And whether you're listening live or listening later, it helps us out a ton. Right? We do this show for free. We're going to continue to do the show for free. We're going to do some shows that are going to kind of be outside of this 1 hour, this 1 o'clock show every day. That is going to be for the premium members only. But this show doesn't change. And one way that helps us maintain that is that this show continues to grow. One of the ways it helps it grow is for you to hit that like button every time you watch a segment of our show. And to share this podcast, not just hit the share button, but also to share it with your Notre Dame friends and family who maybe don't know about us or have things that they think they know about us but don't know because they haven't actually watched and haven't watched with an open mind. So go ahead and share that with them. That helps us a ton. And, of course, another way to help and the best way to help is to sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, Sean, I want to get into this next part because this is the fun part. These questions about the spring. And so the reason we say it's fun is because we're not looking at this from the standpoint of let's think of all the things we can be negative about with this Notre Dame football team and just focus on how bad this is and how bad that is. It's more so questions in regard to the unknowns of a team, unknown circumstances, unproven players that their emergence is what is key to a team. And you look at the 24 team. How would Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price be able to play to their potential now that they're the guy stepping up for Audric? That was a question mark. The talent is no question, but would they emerge? Both of them did. Jeremiah became a star. Jadarian was a very important piece of that rotation. Would Jaden Greathouse be able to kind of take that role? Took a while. We saw flashes, but eventually he played a huge role in this team getting to the championship game. Would guys like Josh Burnham and Drake Bowen and Jaden Ausberry, Christian Gray be able to, Don Schuler be able to step into roles and really be impact players for a team that lost some really good veteran players? And for the most part, in each of those instances, we got positive answers. And that's a big reason why Notre Dame was able to have the kind of season that they had. And that's where we're talking about with these question marks. How would Riley Leonard blend with the football team? Well, it took a while. But once it clicked, it was a whole lot of fun to watch. And so we're now here at this version of this team, the 2025 team. And we're thinking about what are the things that the questions this team has that have to get answered and addressed for this team to reach its full potential. We're going to start with the offense. And it really begins, the first two are kind of related. The first one is, it's a new era at quarterback at Notre Dame for the 5th year in a row. I mean, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20, 5th year in a row. So you're about to have your 6th straight different year of a starting quarterback because Ian Book was in 20, and then you've had a different guy every year. This era feels a little bit different, though, Sean, because you have a lot of depth there. Where it wasn't like 2022, where if Tyler Buckner panned out, you were going to be really good. If he didn't, what did it look like? Where now we've got people kind of jumping into camps. You've got Team CJ, Team Kenny, Team Steve. And the reason people are jumping all these camps because each player provides you with some excitement in different areas about what they could do as a starting quarterback. That's number one. So there's a lot of talent, depth of talent, which means greater margin for error, which is what you want. But the other part of it is it's going to be a different looking quarterback position maybe than what we've seen in past years. And that raises a level of excitement as well. But the question isn't so much about the question really comes down to, Sean, is this. It's who steps up and seizes hold of this room. We've talked a lot about the different traits that each guy brings, and we'll have more to talk about. But the biggest question for me is not so much, will it be CJ? Will it be Kenny? Will it be Steve? And CJ does this well, and Kenny does this well, and Steve does this well. Those things are all important, and they'll all be factors, and we'll talk about those later. But honestly, Sean, for me, I'm not worried about that. because I love the talent in the room. What matters to me is the starter, the guy that goes out there starting practice 1 through the spring, through the summer, through the fall, that says, this is my team. My team, not with words, not with rah-rah speeches in the locker room, but with how they work every single day and how they produce. Who steps up and says, my team? Is it CJ? Is it Kenny? Is it Steve? Heck, is it Blake Hebert? That's going to be the bigger question than CJ does this well, Kenny does this well, Steve does this well, Blake does this well, Anthony Rizak does that well, Tyler Buckner can do this well. It's going to come down to who steps up and says, my team, mine, and I'm going to go show you. I think that's a bigger question because to some degree, they all have the ability to lead this team to great heights. As long as there's an honest and open and fair competition, then let whoever wins win as long. But the key is going to be, does the winner, is he the guy that just happens to perform the best of 3 guys that really didn't stand out? Or is the winner someone that says, my team, my offense, this is my job? If that happens, this offense is going to be really good. Because if that happens, that whoever that is going to shine, in my opinion, because the talent is there for a lot of them. We may have our favorites. We may have who we think is going to do that. But at the end of the day, Sean, take the Team CJ, Team Kenny, Team Steve stuff away for a minute. All Notre Dame fans need to say, whoever it is, it needs to be the guy that seizes it. CJ can't be the starter just because he's the most talented. Kenny shouldn't be the starter just because he's the most dual threat. Steve shouldn't be the starter just because he's the most experienced. It's about, in all areas, who seizes and says, no, I don't care about I may be the most talented or I'm most highly ranked or whatever. It's because I went out there and I outworked everybody. I led. I produced. I'm not starting because I'm the most experienced. I led. I made the most plays. This offense clicked better with me. Who seizes it? That's the discussion. Not the specific players and what they bring to the table, but who does that? That is going to have the biggest impact, in my opinion, on what this Notre Dame offense is going to look like. Does anyone do that? And if so, who is it?
It's amazing that you bring up that point because I think it kind of points back to what we've already discussed. And sometimes as coaches, you could get so caught up in your conversations with other coaches. Marcus Freeman is going to be watching plays. He's going to be charting. He's going to be talking to the assistants that chart every snap, looking at the analytics, talking to Mike Denbrock, talking to Gino Gaduli. He has to also listen and watch his team. Who does my team react to? What's their reaction to this guy when he's in the huddle? What's the huddle looking like when this guy is calling the plays? All of these things now, Marcus Freeman, because in my opinion, this is the most authentic. That's the best way. This would be the most authentic quarterback competition in a decade. And it's not even close. This is the most important quarterback competition in over a decade at Notre Dame. So with that being said, Marcus Freeman is going to have to be able to read the room. Look at the thermometer of your team and properly read the temperature, right? Because we can reference a competition where the previous regime didn't read the room and didn't read the team.
2016 is the most glaring example of that.
Yes. And see, when you do that, you make a mistake, right? Because now, very similarly, that was a team that lost a lot of leadership, just like this team lost a lot of leadership. So now you have to be able to gauge, who is this team really vibing with, really flowing with? It's going to be vitally important. Where is this leadership in this quarterback position? Where is it going to come from? Because it might not be all about those attributes that you pointed out for each guy that's going to be in there. There are going to be some extra things that might be a little bit more beneficial, right? Just from a skill standpoint, I think it's fair to say Riley Leonard probably from a skill standpoint wasn't the best quarterback just from an all-out skill set.
Thrower.
Yeah. If you had
surely.
yes.
Yeah.
Right? But intangibles.
Basically what you're saying, Sean, is if you had like a quarterback skills competition, Riley ain't winning that thing.
He's not winning that thing.
Right.
But that team, once again, going back to what you said, every year is a different team. For that team in 2024, he was the best quarterback for that team.
Because they needed the playmaking, the intent. That's what made Riley so good. It wasn't that he was the most precise this or had the rocket arm or whatever. It was he seized hold of this team. He said, listen, screw all this stuff. I'm taking the blame for Northern Illinois. I'm taking the blame for Miami, Ohio. And if you're going to take the blame for something, it means you got to do something about it. And he came out and did something about it and played at a very high level. And that's what we're talking about. It's not this, it's not that. It's who seizes it and says, this is my team. We're going to go as far as I can take them. And Riley had that. Right now we're going to talk a lot about how these guys are going to be, better throwers but at the end of the day, that doesn't take you as far as a team that is led by a quarterback that has that it aspect of it. And that's what this comes down to, Sean, is because the guy that seizes hold of this job is going to be the guy that has that it. That's the only way that guy's going to truly separate from the other two in a way that makes this locker room get to the point where everybody looks and says, that's our guy. Yeah. I love him. I love him. I love him. That's my roommate. That's my boy. We go out together. We do this. That's my dude, but that's my quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's the key. That's what it's not going to be who throws the prettiest ball. It's going to be the guy that not only produces at the highest level, but has all those other things. That's the it thing. Riley had it. Some past quarterbacks, I don't want to get into name names. I'm trying to dog anybody, but some of those guys just didn't have it. They put up, that's not even, I'm trying to be like, it's just great guys, put up numbers. They just didn't have it. Riley Leonard can throw for 90 yards in a game against Georgia, and you're like, he was one of the best players in the field that day. Just look at the plays he made. He makes some horrible throws and terrible reads in the first half against Penn State. And then you watch him in the second half, and you're like, yep, all right, that's the dude. That's the guy. Can one of these guys step up into that role and say, my team, my job, my burden, and embrace that? That matters more than, like, if C.J. Carr is the guy you think is the most talented quarterback in the room, and I do. I don't hide that fact. But if he doesn't come out this spring and say, my team, my job, my unit, my burden, then he's not leading you to championship. Mm-hmm. You may think Kenny's the most talented guy in the room. Some people do. And I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, it's not this, oh, my God, you're so far. I mean, there's things he does that none of the other quarterbacks can do. But if he doesn't do that, he ain't the guy. You can love Steve's intangibles and the tools and the moxie and the confidence. But if he doesn't do that, then it won't matter. No, even if they start, it won't matter. Because there's a scenario where they all three don't play well, and you got to start somebody. That you're not winning that way. It's who says, no. Sorry, guys, this is my job. To where even the guys in the room know that. Like, that's when like you've talked about this with the quarterbacks in like 2014. They're like, we all knew who the best quarterback in the room was. It was Everett. So there was no quarterback controversy at Notre Dame early in 2014 until Ev kind of fell apart late in the year. Mm-hmm. And then it was like, okay, he kind of lost the room a little bit. But there was no conversation in September and October who the best quarterback in the room was. They all knew it was 5. That's what needs to happen now. I think even this year's team, they all knew. Yeah, I'd love to start, but 13's a guy. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah,
like he's our leader.
That's what makes it. You just pointed out that 14 situation, what makes it. They all had their respect, but Ed was coming back after missing a year, but they still had their respect. But they wanted to let Ev know we're not just the little bros anymore. Like, yeah, we respect you, but we're not just little bros that you can just pat on the head. Like, all right, little fella, no, we're coming. And if you slip up.
And that's what happened.
And that's what happened.
Slipped up late. Malik took advantage.
Right. And I think that is a situation, totally different quarterback room. I think that's going to be one of the challenges because I do feel like, if not both, but one of the youngsters, Steve is going to have to realize, like, okay, these are not the little fellas. These are not just the little fellas anymore in a sense. They're coming. I have to elevate.
I'm not just being set into the starting lineup because I'm the oldest.
Yeah. Right. I have to elevate. They're pushing him, and he should get better.
And he pushes them. It's a great situation to be in, Sean, as long as they step up and handle the circumstance well. And I'm confident they will, but until we see it, we need to see it. And then can they stay healthy? And the second question about the spring, Sean, and it kind of factors in with who the starter is, but I think it's a factor even in the spring without a winner of a quarterback battle, because all three bring a completely different game to the table than what they had with Riley Leonard and Sam Hartman. And they're all kind of like right in the middle of those two. They're all better athletes and better runners than Sam. I think but they're more like throwers than him, and they have some of Riley's athleticism and intangibles and things like that. And so we're going to see a different Notre Dame offense this year, I think. And that's a question I have in the spring. Is it really going to be a different offense? What's the run game going to look like without Riley Leonard's running ability as part of it? What's the 3rd and 1 package? Somebody brought up a question. I think it was in the mailbag, Sean, that you guys did on Friday. Maybe it was on the board, but does Marcus Freeman have the same aggressiveness on 4th and 1 and 4th and 2 this year without Riley Leonard that he had in 2024? That's a great question. I'm like, of course he will. Is my gut. And I'm like, hold on a second now. Because they did the same thing every time they got in 4th and 1. I mean, you knew what was going to happen. The question is, could you stop it? He's like, I think he will. I don't know. What are the things that Mike Denbrock's going to want to go to this year because he's not having to build around Riley, which isn't an insult. It's just different. What's the pass game going to look like now? What is the run game going to look like as it complements the pass game? And yes, the receivers, but it all really comes down to the quarterback. You can have all the receivers to do this, and this in the world that you want, but if the quarterback can't make that throw, it doesn't matter that you have receivers who can do that. Or quarterbacks may be able to make some throws, and you're like, well, we don't have elite receivers, but this guy can throw this ball better than anybody I've ever seen, so we're going to still take these opportunities. So that's a big thing for me, Sean, is what differences do we see from Mike Denbrock now that he's going to have a much different type of quarterback to build his offense around? And I think the spring, we don't need to see him run like in the 16 battle that you and I have referenced so much. Part of the problem and part of the failure of Brian Kelly was he picked the winner before they had the battle started. Here's what I mean by that. And I don't know if Malik has ever said this, or if he would say this, so I'm going to say it. He wanted Deshaun to start. So the whole offseason was built around running an offense that was better suited for Deshaun. And then Malik had to run that offense as opposed to running an offense that Malik was better suited towards. And that's what created an unfair competition in my world, in my view, which is why I had a big issue that offseason with how that offense being built. You start Deshaun, you run an offense, you bring Malik in, and ask Malik to run that offense. Of course, who's going to win that battle? What's different about this one is I think you run the same offense with all three of them. And when a winner starts, there's going to be a little tweaks because Kenny may like this throw a little better. CJ may like this throw a little better. Steve may like this throw a little bit better. But the core of your offense, your run game, your pass game, that's not going to change depending on who of the three wins the job, which is going to allow Mike Denbrock to start putting some of those changes into play. If we are going to see some immediately, he doesn't have to wait for a winner. Once the winner happens, you tweak it. You don't have to dramatically alter it. Whereas last spring, you're running an offense that fit CJ, Kenny, and Steve, and then Riley arrives, and you got to run a different offense, which is why we saw Jaden Greathouse go from a dude all spring to what he was this season, because Riley wasn't a guy that liked to throw the ball to the middle of the field and he liked to get the ball outside. Later in the year, we saw that change a little bit, and Jaden starts making plays late in the year. So that's something that can happen now if it's going to happen. And so that's the question I have, Sean, is what are those changes going to look like? is does Mike Denbrock feel he's getting closer to having the offense where he wants it from a personnel standpoint? There's still some things, the receiver, they got to get better. We're not going to have Malachi Field, so that'll be part of it. And Jordan Faison won't be here in the spring. He'll be playing lacrosse and all that. But for the most part, you're still going to be able to say, hey, this is what we're going to do. But what are those changes? Is it just minor? Is it kind of major? I don't know, Sean. And that's another question we had this spring, and I'm excited to see what that's going to look like now that we're in a different era quarterback.
That really plays into the quarterback competition, because what I want is I want each participant to be able to have the freedom to be themselves. Like, do your game. Like, you know what? I'm not about to sit here and nitpick. Somebody's going to show this is my team. And we're gonna allow them to do it their way. Of course, within the confines of this is our offense. But hey, let Kenny be Kenny. Let CJ be CJ, and let Steve be Steve. Like, don't just make this like we're funneling you into this one particular area in the spring to see he can do this the best. No, let's open it up.
Right.
Because let's be honest, the head coach has been known, or it has been talked about, that the head coach, and sometimes, because of his background, say, yo, let's be a little bit more tempered. Let's not open it up too much. Now he has the opportunity, and I believe he trusts his offensive coordinator to a point to where it's the spring. Like, let's see it. Yeah, we're not about to nitpick over mistakes. You make a mistake, all right, next play. Show us what you can do. Let's move on. Let them compete. Like, let it be a competition. Let the boys play.
Open the offense the way you want to go and see who handles it well.
Yeah, in basketball terms, swallow the whistle.
Yeah.
Swallow the whistle on some things, and let's see how this plays out. And then that moves forward, and now we start to see the progression of Mike Denbrock can now really see what is really available to him with every quarterback, because all three quarterbacks are literally one play away.
Yeah.
One play away from being in the game. We don't know what the future holds as far as the portal and things of that nature, but the truth of the matter is all three are one play away from seriously being in the game. Serious consideration. Like, no, yeah. So this is much bigger this spring. This is much bigger because you really have to look at this from a big picture.
I agree with that, Sean. I agree with everything you're saying. Where I'm coming from is more so within that, where I think Mike Denbrock can go this spring, to your point, is I don't think he has to tailor anything to want this guy, or this guy, because I think for the most part, they all fit a mold of of an offense. They're all going to fit into a similar style of offense. There will be tweaks that, okay, Steve is really good throwing this route. Kenny's not as good at that route, but Kenny throws this route really well, which CJ doesn't throw all that great, but CJ throws this route really well. That'll get tinkered with once you get your starter. My thing is, what I'm excited about is, and it's more so an excitement that I don't know is definitely going to happen, but it's excitement I think is going to happen, is I think that what we're going to see is, because they're all from a similar style, they're passers first. That's not a question. People talk about, oh, Kenny's a runner. No, Kenny can run, but go refresh yourself with Kenny Minchie's junior and senior film, and you're going to see this kid's a thrower. CJ's a thrower. He's not athletic. Go watch CJ's junior, senior film. He's plenty athletic, but he's a thrower. Steve is a thrower. And these guys are all throwers first, and then quality athletes second. And that's where I'm coming from, Sean, is they're all going to do their best work from the pocket.
Yeah. I think right there, that speaks to your question. Marcus Freeman was aggressive with Sam Hartman. He can afford to be even more aggressive with Riley Leonard, right? But this goes to a greater conversation. We're talking about fourth down. What is Mike Denbrock going to do in 2nd and 3, 3rd and 3, where you expected to run? Now, with the quarterbacks he has, you can't anticipate that, Notre Dame's just going to run the ball because they're going to go for it on 4th down anyway.
Whatever the heck he wanted to do. because he know most likely Marcus was going to let him go for a fourth as long as they didn't lose yards.
Exactly.
If he wanted to run 4 verts on 3rd and 1, he could.
Yeah.
Because he knew Coach Freeman was going to let him run it, unless not their own 12. But I mean, how many times they go for it on 4th down in their own territory last year in 4th and 2 or shorter, and got most of them.
But then the dynamic
that allowed Mike Denbrock, to your point, what you're saying, Sean, is Mike Denbrock changes what he's calling on 2nd and 3rd down completely differently because of what he knew he had on 4th down. And it's the same thing here, is knowing that you have quarterbacks that can do certain things as throwers gives you certain freedoms to do certain things in situations that say, hey, maybe normally last year we would run the ball in this situation because we couldn't afford to get into a 2nd and 10. So we had to be a little heavier throwing the ball, run the ball on 1st down. Now we're not as concerned about it because I got these quarterbacks that in the 2nd and 10, it's no problem for them. They can go make an 8-yard throw or a 10, 12-yard throw, and you're good to go. It's a little bit of a different problem to have, but but that's kind of where I'm going with, is like, and that's what excites me, Sean, is seeing what that Mike Denbrock offense is going to look like. Because we've seen Mike Denbrock work with very different quarterbacks. Jaden Daniels is nothing like Desmond Ridder, and Desmond Ridder wasn't anything like what Everett Golson was. And Jaden Daniels is not very similar to Riley Leonard, and Riley Leonard is not very similar to C.J. Carr or Kenny Minchey or Steve Angeli.
Yeah.
We've seen him shine, and in each instance, he's tailored his offense to fit those guys. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing now, is I think we're going to see Mike Denbrock, because of the quarterbacks that they have, is going to be more comfortable running the offense he wants, because I think now you have more of the personnel you want. We said it before, one of the masterful jobs he did last year was coaching the offense he had, not the offense he wanted.
I think this will
now
be
he
much
gets
more
a chance to do a little bit more of both. Sean, go ahead.
This is much more fun. See, because you've coached, right? And you had those moments where, all right, this is these guys aren't getting. So I got to now scale down or redirect, right? And that is a part of coaching, but that is not the funnest thing to do, because now you're not creating. Everybody wants to be able to create and add, right? Not to scale down and then constantly just reinforce the same thing over and over again. I just recently watched wide receiver Keon Coleman from the Buffalo Bills, and he was just talking about and comparing, because he played basketball at Michigan State as well under Tom Izzo. And he was like, yo, we go into a game with Coach Izzo and they have 8 plays. Like, these are the 8 plays versus this team. He's like, we go every week in the NFL, it's like 80 to 100 plays. And he was like, you script your first 15, but heck, you score on the 3rd play. That 4th play was connected to the 3rd play. And the 5th play played off of what happened on plays 2, 3, and 4, right? So now that flow is broken. So now those next 10 plays, you have to save those. Like, all right, we move that. Now we have to go grab something else because of the flow of the game. That is something Mike Denbrock is probably going to love. The flow of the game offensively is probably going to be totally different for this team this year. You're probably going to see a lot of, because Mike Denbrock was operating off of knowing we're leading with the run game and everything else is going to flow off of that. Mike Denbrock might just come out with 3 straight passes. It's like, look, I know we can do this, and we're going to rock like this until they stop it. And if they have the right quarterback and the right guy, that's a totally different flow, right? And now you might have certain games where the run game flows off the passing game, depending upon the opponent. Did you have a game like that last year? Let me think. Was there a game where you felt like the run game flowed off the passing game? I don't know if I remember.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Army.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Army was a game, and you could even point to Navy. I think once they hit that big play over the middle to Greathouse in that first series, Navy was like, I'm not sure what we're going to do here. But I don't know that I'd say we saw that in against one of the better teams. You know which one I would say, Sean? Louisville. They knew Louisville was going to stack the box early, and they came out guns blazing offensively and were hitting some shots. And, Greathouse down the middle, the over route, they hit them on the scramble. There's a couple times, but it was different. It wasn't it was almost like they did that because the team was so overplaying the run game. Yeah. More so than where I think you're going with it, which is more of it's a true
doing it because we can. This
right.
is what we can do, not
right.
because you're forcing us to do it.
Right.
Oh man, it's like we can do this, right? And so this is the importance of Malachi Fields and Jaden Greathouse being who they are, right? And then who we'll get to the next topic we have coming up off of this. Now, how do you impact what you have in that wide receiver room? Now, how do you impact these safeties? Our defense is so willing to now just drop down in the box, right? With the quarterbacks and the outside guys that you have. That's going to be vitally important. I think Mike Denbrock is about to have one of the funnest play calling seasons of his life. It might be a little bit more, or it might, I wouldn't say more. It's going to be frustrating in a different way because he's going to have a first-time starter. There's no way around that. He's going to have a first-time starter. So it's going to be frustrating in a different way. It's the frustration last year was there. Like, that was there. We couldn't get to it either because we couldn't protect or Riley, you got to make that. Now we project that he has guys that can make that particular throw or read in the passing game, but the frustration is going to be, why'd you go there? Because we had this. Why'd you go there? So it's going to be a different level of teaching, but it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be fun for him, right? Because it's a natural progression. And I think they're going to continue to add to the offense throughout this season in ways that they added to the offense as they went along, but they really had to scale back and almost, I wouldn't say start from scratch, but it's like, they had to get things right during that bye week and say, okay, moving forward, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do offensively and play into it and lean into it. And it's going to bring us success,
Let's go to this next one, Sean, because we talked a lot about the quarterback and what's the offense going to look like with a quarterback, but you need people to throw the ball to and to protect you. And these are kind of our final two questions. And, this next one involves the skill players. There's lots to talk about with the running backs, but we know that's a loaded room. We'll see how it shakes out. They're going to be loaded there. Receivers a little bit interesting, Sean, because we're not going to get to see some pretty important parts of what the 2025 receiving core is going to be this spring. We're not going to see Malachi Fields. He's still at Virginia, finishing up his degree. We're not going to see Jordan Faison. Not really. He'll be at some practices with his 6 jersey on. He's not going to catching punts, but he's not going to be practicing with the team. He's going to be playing lacrosse, as he should. We're not going to see full Will Pauling because he's on modified duty, basically, this spring, according to the release that Notre Dame sent out last week. So, all right, what does that leave us? Well, Jaden Greathouse gets a chance to kind of step up and be the guy in an even bigger way this spring, like he was last spring. This is a tremendous opportunity, in my opinion, Sean, for guys like KK Smith, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, Logan Saldate, and then all 3 freshmen are going to be early enrollees. So without Malachi Fields, without Will Pauling, without Jordan Faison, number one, how does that impact what they do install-wise? I don't think it will a whole lot, but more so, do any of the receivers step up and take advantage this spring of the opportunity in a way, and we're going to talk about this again even a little bit, in a way that's similar to what like a Don Schuler did last year when Rod Hurd was finishing up his degree, couldn't practice, and so Don went out there with all those extra reps and said, I'm going to take advantage of this and become the dude here at this safety spot opposite Xavier Watts. So without Faison, without Fields, that's 2 receivers that aren't taking any reps this spring. With modified duty for Will Pauling, it's a lot of reps are going to go to Micah Gilbert, Cam Williams, KK Smith, and Logan Saldate. I think you need at least one of those guys, if not 2, to really take advantage of that. I have an opinion on which guys need to step up the most in regard to what's going to impact your team the best. I'll keep that to myself for now. But they're all 4 talented guys. And then you've got the 3 incoming freshmen. Do any of those guys step up and take advantage of those extra reps force their way into the rotation, because all four of those guys bring an element that I don't know that you have a lot of in the current rotation ahead of them, of the knowns that we have. KK, Cam, Saldate especially bring a speed element to the table. Micah Gilbert brings a physicality to the table. He's like Jaden Thomas with more speed. It's kind of how I view Micah Gilbert potentially. And that's a pretty good weapon. You know, can he be that guy that says, hey, I need to play? You need to figure out a way to get me onto this rotation some way, somehow. Can Cam Williams do that? Can KK Smith do that? Can Logan Saldate do that? That's a big question for me, Sean. And there's a chance that none of them do. None of them step up enough and say, hey, you got to play me. It could just be at the end of spring, we're like, all right, thank goodness we're getting Malachi Fields and Jordan Faison and Will Pauling back to full speed this summer, because outside of Great House, it was a tough stretch there in the spring. Or do those guys take advantage of – and it's not just about the reps of the first team, Sean, alone. It's Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert, for example, are going to get a lot more reps against Christian Gray and Leonard Moore than they otherwise would have. KK Smith as well. They're going to get a lot more reps against those guys, against Carson Hobbs, against, you know, some of the older guys, not just going against, you know, Cree Thomas and the walk-ons because they're on the third team. Who takes advantage? Or does anybody take advantage? Because it's not a given that anybody will, in my opinion, Sean. But if one guy does, it helps your football team. If two guys do, it really helps your football team. Anything beyond that, it's just like, it wouldn't be fair at that point in time with what's coming back. But that's a very important question that I'm going to be keeping an eye on this spring, because that could have as a huge impact on this football team. Because you add one of those burners to your receiving core. Cam Williams is so good this spring that you got to play him, or KK Smith. You got to play him. You got to find a way to get those two burners. That changes the makeup of your offensive, of your pass game quite a bit. And if Micah Gilbert steps up, that gives you a lot more freedom to move Malachi Fields around or to move Micah around. So all of them impact differently. Logan Saldate is another guy that brings some after the catch ability that maybe you didn't have a ton of in the lineup this year. So I want to see what those guys can do with the extra work they're going to get.
And then you have to look, because of what you decided you needed to do to win games, that dictated that you put your best run blockers at the wide receiver position on the field the majority of the time, you know, especially in key situations. Now, you know, situationally, because you're going to be a different offense situationally, how does that change, right? Does that extend the rotation? Does that give more opportunities to younger players to come in and what was deemed as a run situation last year because of the offense? Now, as the offense expands, does that become more of a, we can do what we want to do here? We need one extra wide receiver in the set. Go ahead, give him this opportunity. Go ahead, give Cam Williams that opportunity. Give Micah Gilbert, give Logan that opportunity. And so now you start to build, or have the ability to be able to build confidence in game situations and not just practice. And so that's an opportunity with an expanding offense that we've talked about that could come into play as well. Who's going to go ahead and grab the bull by the horn during spring practices? Somebody I look for from the breadcrumbs of multiple Notre Dame players that were asked about it at the combine. Multiple players mentioned Micah Gilbert. So obviously that's somebody that maybe even not just regular season, but opportunities in bowl preparation. Maybe that was somebody that stood out. We heard about there was a reason why they gave Jadon Blair looks at wide receiver in bowl prep to make sure that they got an opportunity from a defense to see big-time receiver play at that size and speed. And so now you're going to be giving a different look to Leonard Moore, in my opinion, and Christian Gray. Because of the offense, if they were repping against Jaden Thomas, Deion Colzie, Bo Collins, let's be honest, that's not a lot of speed that the Notre Dame defensive backs had to see.
Good football players, but not
good
scaring
football
you the
players.
same way
Absolutely.
that a Jeremiah Smith is going to scare you, and Emeka Book is going to scare you. The Arian Smith is going to scare you, which are the guys you got to play against to win a championship. Exactly. You're spot on.
So now it's even better look for your defense and your defensive backfields, because now they get to go up against talented guys with speed in bunches, multiple reps. And so now iron will sharpen iron.
Right.
And you would expect Christian Gray and a little more and the rest of the defensive backs and the safeties to get even better. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. So this is a win-win for Notre Dame, the way things are playing out. Up. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's
the opportunity is there, though. The opportunity is there. We have sat here, whether it was with Braylon James, Tobias Merriweather, we sat here and said, you just can't get them on the field. You can't get them on the field.
Lindsay.
Right. And so for a different reason, in 23, whether it's the offensive coordinator not being able to figure it out or whatever the reason, they weren't able to do it. And going back to when Tommy Reese was here with Tobias Merriweather, like he needs to learn more of the offense.
Kevin Austin was that way before his breakout. He didn't do anything.
Absolutely.
They couldn't figure out how to get Javon McKinley going until his fifth-year breakout. You're telling me Javon McKinley went from what he did in 2020 to we hit that was never present in the 4 years before, or maybe you just never gave him opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
That
is something
100%.
We'll get to recruiting, but bookmark that. What we're talking about right now and all of those issues and narratives that needs to change, bookmark that when we get to the recruiting topic.
2015, when you had all those small, fast guys, when you needed a big guy, you're telling me Equanimity St. Brown went from 50 catches for 900 yards in 2017, but he couldn't give you more than one catch in 2015? Or excuse me, he gave you more than that in 2016, but he couldn't give you more than one catch in 2015? Like we've seen that song and dance before plenty of times, but here the difference is now this spring is you have to play those guys. Like you literally don't have anybody else to put there. You don't have Malachi Fields. You don't have Jordan Faison. You're not going to have Will Pauling full speed this spring. There's going to be no complaining of, gee, I didn't get an opportunity this spring for those young guys. None. And they all bring different, and here's why it's important that they step up. All of them bring different traits to the table than what we already know is on the roster that's going to play. There's not a whole lot. You mentioned Bo Collins, Deion Colsey, Jaden Thomas. You can throw in Jaden Greathouse into the conversation, Jordan Faison. They're all kind of similar players. Some are better than others, but they're all doing their best work from the line of scrimmage to 10 to 15 for the most part. Greathouse showed in the playoff an ability to make plays on the ball that those other guys were going to be able to do. But for the most part, they're all kind of similar. You're running a similar type of pass scheme with them. What the newcomers to the lineup are going to bring, and that includes the guys that we're eventually going to see, like a Malachi Fields. But when you look at a Micah Gilbert, as I said, you want to compare him to Jaden Thomas in body type. Very true. It's a more explosive athlete than Jaden was. He brings a different element to the table. A 12 personnel receiver pack combination of Micah Gilbert and Malachi Fields is going to look a lot like a 12 personnel alignment with Deion Colsey and Jaden Thomas. But it's going to attack you very differently than what that would have been. And getting a KK Smith into the lineup is going to give you something you did not have last year, which is a guy that you just got to worry about straight running by you. Cam Williams can provide that. Logan Saldate can provide some of that, and he can give you some shiftiness. Like he's similar to Jordan Faison, but he's about 2 to 3 inches taller. 2 inches taller than Jordan Faison, a little bit faster. And that's the thing, Sean, is they all bring skills that you lacked to the degree that they have them on last year's team. But just because you have the speed doesn't mean you can play. Just because you have the great body type doesn't mean you can play. And that's what these guys have to show me this spring. And they're going to get an opportunity, and that's something that excites me because I'm confident that at least one of them is going to step up this spring, if not two.
Yeah.
I don't know which two it's going to be, and whether whether it's Cam or KK or Logan, or the guy that I'm probably I think is most likely, like if he's not stepping up in the spring, I'm going to be surprised, is Micah Gilbert, because we saw it last year. this isn't a shot of. I don't need Bo Cons to tell me that Micah Gilbert's really good. We saw that last spring. Now we also saw that Micah still has stuff to work on. I mean, he had that easy touchdown catch that he just dropped.
Yeah,
there's stuff to work on with Micah, but I don't need you to tell me that Micah Gilbert's really talented. We saw it last April, March and April. Now it's about Micah becoming more assertive, knowing the offense better, and really taking that next step where you got to play him. You know, but like,
what do you think about
after that? The question is, who's the other guy that steps up?
How do you think that the quarterback competition plays into that? Because we had a conversation maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think we were specifically talking about Cam Williams and the relationship with CJ.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And, you know, who has CJ been working with on scout team? Who has Kennedy primarily been working with? And now all of those guys are getting opportunities.
Who they work out with the offseason.
Exactly.
I mean, we saw CJ throwing balls at Cam Williams like 3-4 years ago at an Irish Invasion.
Right.
You know, like part of the reason that I think there's a chance, like if CJ breaks out, don't be shocked if all of a sudden you see Jack Larson making more plays.
Mm-hmm.
They have that connection. Like everybody talks about, well, you know, Cam Williams can't do this, Cam Williams do that. Well, I have a hard time believing that, and I believe that because I saw him make a lot of plays with CJ at quarterback last year.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Jaden Greathouse go off last spring. Well, who was primarily throwing him the ball? It was Steve and Kenny.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that can factor into it to a degree, Sean. There's no question. Depending on who the quarterback is, I think that's certainly possible. But I think that their emergence needs to be independent of that if they're really going to play.
Absolutely.
And so I expect Micah to have a more prominent role this year in the rotation. To what degree? Is he going to be a Jaden Thomas type of role, or is he going to be more of a true, like, I'm in the rotation, I'm going to catch the ball, and, you know, sometimes I'm working in place of Malachi so I can get a breather. Sometimes I'm working on the field with Malachi, that type of thing. What level does Micah have that emergence this spring is the question for him. The other question is, I have no idea if KK or Cam or Logan are going to force their way into the rotation. And that's the even bigger question that I'm looking forward to seeing. And then the last one here for us, Sean, as we wrap up the offense and before we get to the defense is this one, is what is the offensive line going to look like?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's similar to the offense of skill positions at receiver and to a degree tight end. You know, tight end, Jack Larson is going to get a lot of work this spring because I don't think you're not going to have Cooper Flanagan. And is Ty Washington going to be here this spring? That's one that I'm a little uncertain of. If he's going to be on the team this spring, I don't think he's going to be.
It hasn't really been clarified.
I don't believe he's on the roster. I'll have to go back and look again. But like, there's a tremendous opportunity for Jack Larson to step up and say, "Hey, like, get me the rock." Offensive line's the same way. There's going to be no Ashton Craig this spring. There's going to be no Chris Terrick this spring. And according to Notre Dame, Anthony Knapp and Billy Schrouth are going to be on modified activity, which means they'll be practicing, but probably not full reps and for full workload. So what does that mean for Notre Dame? Who gets work at left tackle this spring? Is it going to be Jagasaw and Knapp? Are they going to move Jagasaw into guard? Are they going to move Knapp inside? Are they going to allow him to get some work in at center guard? I think what they do this spring with Anthony Knapp is going to tell us everything we need to know about left tackle. I don't see a universe where Joe Rudolph doesn't play Anthony Knapp somewhere. We can have a conversation down the road about whether he should or shouldn't. I don't even really care about that right now. I'm just speaking truth. If he's healthy, he's going to play him somewhere. And okay. But if he doesn't get him work this spring when he's doing modified activity, then that tells me he's going to eventually be the left tackle, and now we're just wasting our time with Charles Jagsaw left tackle. Just move him to guard and let's get it over with. And then, you know, we can let Will Black emerge. But then the question is, okay, if that's your ultimate plan, if your plan in the summer is once everybody's healthy, I'm moving Jagasaw to right guard, and him and Emil are going to be beasts on the right side. I'm going to have Billy and Anthony on the left side, and that's how we're going to roll. Then my question is, well, who else plays left tackle? Because if Jagasaw is going to be your right guard and you think that's where he's going to play, then just flip and move him there and let's just get it over with and not do this song and dance and waste time with the inevitable. If you're going to let him play at left tackle this spring, then let him win that job and compete to win that job. But if you're set on moving him inside, fine. who else is going to play left tackle if Anthony Knapp is on modified work? And even if he is 100%, who else is going to play left tackle? Are you going to just have Jagasol go from right guard to left tackle if Anthony Knapp gets hurt again? And now you're impacting two positions? Or are you going to move him? Is there a chance? Like, to me, I'm really hoping, if you want to say what is the one thing you're hoping more than anything else that you see this spring, I am hoping and wishing and praying that we at least find out with a period of time if Emil Wagner can play left-handed. You want to talk about a dream scenario for me, just getting the 5 most physically gifted players in the field and not having to play a true freshman. It's if Emil could thrive at left tackle, Gerby gets a shot at right tackle with Sullivan, Absher, whoever else. Then Jagasol at guard, Shrout at guard, and then Knapp battles Ashton Craig at center. That is where I would love to be with this one. But I don't. But here's the thing: we're going to have an idea this spring, Sean, of where that's going to be, because if he starts moving some guys around, then that'll tell us, hey, he's not quite sure who his top 5 is. He's going to let these guys work at some other spots and see. And maybe Emil goes to left tackle and he's just not comfortable playing left-handed. That could be true. And then you just put him back at right tackle. I would also love to see Gerby getting some snaps at left tackle this spring. See if he can play left-handed. Like, I want to see if Anthony Knapp can snap. I want to see who else is going to be in there at center. You're not going to have Ashton Craig. So is Joe Otting going to be your only center this spring? Him and some walk-ons and Cam Herron? Or are you going to say, hey, look, let's get back to some other guys here. Let's see if Anthony Knapp can snap. Let's see if Billy Shrouth can snap. Let's see. You know what I mean? That's where I'm coming from, Sean, and what I want to see this spring is we're not going to know what our starting lineup on the offensive line is going to be, in my opinion, because we're not going to get a chance to see any of Ashton Craig this spring. But what other work do we see? That's what I want to see is what's the offensive line going to look like on who plays where? And I think we're going to start to get a little bit of a glimpse of that this spring. That's my final big question for the offense.
I think the offensive line has to be viewed, and I hope they're viewing it as a total 180 from what it was because of injury last year. And what did you have? You had a lot of people, even if there weren't injuries, being first-time starters. So you're going to go through growth with that anyway, especially on the offensive line. And the offensive line has to become more cohesive. And the more time they have to play together and games they play together, that's something that they come into the season with, that cohesion. That had to be built up for the offensive line for Notre Dame regardless. Even if they came into the Texas A&M game healthy, offensive line was going to go through some growing pains, right? But like you said, there were decisions made that hampered that growth, right? You put 2 youngsters next to each other on the left-hand side.
No reason whatsoever, right?
For no reason. Now you impact Anthony Knapp. What if he had Billy Shrouth next to him from the first snap?
What's his development look like the first 7 games of the year if he's got a veteran next to him, right?
Absolutely. So now you have to look at it as not only putting the best 5, but how does this guy impact this guy? Emil Wagner, look, I like what I saw from Emil Wagner and Charles Jagasol playing next to each other. Second half Penn State, if that's just the beginning, I like that. I would love for Ashton Craig to come back and be who he was and have the opportunity to get better. But Anthony Knapp can snap. You have some other guys that can snap as well. I want to see Sullivan Absher get a good shot, a fair shot. Somewhere, absolutely left tackle.
Put him somewhere and let him battle.
Let him battle.
Right. Don't keep moving around where you're just turning him into a super sub. Let him play somewhere and compete. 100%.
Right. Will Black. All right. If he's
he won't be here this spring, though. That's the only thing with Will Black.
All I'm saying is your mindset has to be, once again, I'm slotting this with the guys that we have in the spring, but I'm slotting this expecting Will Black to come in and be really good at left tackle. Mm-hmm. So now is he going to be left tackle 2 Am I setting it up for him to be left tackle too? And what does that mean for the left tackle situation going into the fall? Yes, is Jags going to be our right guard? Something has to be solidified coming out of the spring. You would like that. One side, right? Is it the left side or is it the right side? Is the left side going to be Shrouf and Jagasaw? Or is the right side going to be Jagasaw and Wagner? Like, you would like one of those sides to be solidified. And then, okay, now we have 3 spots to figure out who's going to fill out the rest of the offensive line. You don't want to go into the fall like we're in scramble mode.
Well, we know who our right tackle is going to be.
Exactly.
And that's it. Right.
So I agree with what you said. Figure out some things with certain individuals where there might be questions, especially going to the spring, and get that ready for the fall. And then, when you bring in this talented freshman group, Streebig, Jones, Will Black, big talented kids that are probably going to come in and push at least to be backups. Now, you have to decide. Everything needs to be fair.
Wow.
Not only for
let them compete, man. You know what it is, Sean? It's like that scene from the first, like the new batch of Godzilla movies, right? Like with Godzilla, Kong, and then all Mega Godzilla. The first one, where it was Godzilla against I forget the names of the two he was fighting against in the first one. But you got that scientist guy, and he goes, "Let him fight. Let him fight. That's it. Let him battle. Let him battle. Let him fight. And then let's see who rises to the same thing. A quarterback. Let him fight. Let him compete. Let him battle.
And coach him.
Who rises to the exactly.
And coach him.
Right.
Let him fight.
Let's see the cream rise to the top.
Yes.
Right. And it may be exactly what Joe Rudolph maybe. Because sometimes you go into it, Sean, and you're like, look, this is what I think it's going to be, but I'm going to let these kids battle. And then at the end of spring, it's like, you know what? It didn't turn out how I thought it was going to be. Because this guy stepped up. And sometimes, like, this is what I think it's going to be. You let him battle, you coach him up, and it ends exactly how you thought it was going to end. And that's okay, too.
Yeah.
But now you're real confident as a team saying, hey, this is where we're going to go. And because these guys earned it, and it may be the same 5, but you end up moving it around a little bit. Who knows? But let them fight, let them compete, let them battle, and let them challenge each other, because that's how you're going to get the best. That's how you're going to find out who your best 5 are, and then where those best 5 need to slot together. So that's going to do it for the offensive segment, Sean. We're going to get to defense next, but before we do, folks, take that 5 seconds is all it takes to go down there and hit that thumbs up button below the show, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, and as always, sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So I want to dive into the defense, Sean, because what's interesting is I actually feel like maybe there's even, for me, the defense as a whole is more of a question mark for me than the offense, because of the fact that there's just this new staff, like in play. And you say new staff, you're like, it's one new dude. I get that, but that makes it all new because you don't know how the other assistants will interact with a new coordinator the way they did with the previous coordinator. Will they interact better? Will they interact worse? Will they interact the same? Will some coaches be better? Some coaches not be? We don't know. And so that's where you got to start on defense, Sean, is right there. The biggest question mark in the spring is it's kind of a twofold question around the hiring of Chris Ash. What is his defense going to look like? Because as we said before, he can say all he wants about this is the Notre Dame defense and I'm just here to – that's all fine and dandy, but you got to call the game and design the game in a way that you're comfortable with. Yes, I understand it's the Notre Dame defense and all this, but you're not just going to go out there and say, okay, what did Al Golden like to do on 3rd and 4? You're going to call what you're comfortable with on 3rd and 4. So there's always going to be some adjustments and learning period for us of what Chris Ash likes to do. What's his go-to coverage on 3rd down? What's his go-to blitz on 3rd down? What's his go-to 1st down blitz? How is he going to handle defending the run? Does he vow it as more important to be an elite run defense than maybe Al Golden did? Does he care as much about being a top 5 pass defense as Al Golden did? Does he blitz at the same percentage, even if it's the same? Those are all things we don't know. It's not better, not worse, just different. So that's question number 1. That's assumed. But the bigger question for me is, what is the relationship like between the Notre Dame returning coaches and Chris Ash? Does he have the same faith in some of them that Al Golden did? Do they have the same connection with him that they had with Al Golden? And that's not a specific to these guys. That's the same question that Ohio State's answering right now. It's the same question that Penn State's answering right now. It's the same question that Clemson's answering right now. Same question every team with a new coordinator is answering. This isn't a knock on Chris Ash, a shot. This is just how football works. When you have a new leader in charge of a unit, there's always a question mark about how the rest of those pieces are going to work with that new leader. It's true in the military. It's true in every aspect where you have a boss, that a relationship with that boss is required to effective work. And so that's those two things to me, Sean, are the heart and soul and the foundation of the questions about the spring.
It's interesting because it sounded good hearing Chris Ash saying he's coming in to run the Notre Dame defense. Like, that's the perfect way to answer that question and kind of diffuse all of the different conversations that take place over you taking over for Al Golden. Now, point back, I think this skepticism is very similar to the same skepticism that existed when Al Golden got the job. So the questions remain. For me, flow. Fundamentals was something he pointed out, speaking of Chris Ash. Like, we're probably going to teach fundamentals and different things a different way. Was this something that is just part of his makeup, or is this something that he saw on film? And watching on film to say, okay, this is how we can get better. That's something I love it. Like, really good defense, but I still see the areas where we can get better, right? And so you love hearing that as well. But it's all going to play into, which is going to be cool, right? Because now we get to watch defensively when we do have those times where it's not a full practice and it is the first 5 periods and warm up. Okay, what are they working on? Now, what is Chris Ash adding to what's the conversation he's had with Al Washington? Absolutely. Absolutely. What is Max Bullock? What is he having his guys focus on that might be different, or a different drill that we haven't seen that might lend,
how do they start practice?
A clue.
Do they do the same? I mean, there's so many things. And these are, Sean, these are not concerns about Chris Ash, or it's literally, this is what we said to start show. When we say questions, it's not, these are things we think are going to be bad or could be bad. It's some of it's just an unknown. All of this with Chris Ash is an unknown. It's not bad. It's not good. It's not a criticism, a critique, a praise. It's literally, I have no idea. If I covered Ohio State when he was at Ohio State, I'd still have no idea what he does now, a decade later, with this personnel group and this staff. I want to see what he does. How much time is he spending with the secondary? How much time is he roaming? How much time is he spending with the D-line? How much time is he spending with the linebackers? What's the communication like between him and, one thing about Al Golden was Al Golden let his position coaches coach during team stuff. Mm-hmm. If Mike Mickens was talking to a DB, he didn't jump in first. He would jump in if he saw you weren't jumping in. He would then jump in. Do you see situations with, and this is a general comment that's about Chris Ash because we don't know, but you'll see this where a new coach comes in and he feels, I have to show that I'm in charge. So I'm talking over assistants and I'm talking over this guy. And then and is he that way, or does he kind of say, I'm going to let these guys coach, and if what they're saying, if they're not getting across what I feel needs to get across, then I'll step in and add to the conversation? Or do I talk over a guy and say what he was going to say anyway? Those are all things we don't know. And that all you said flow, I think is the word that you use, Sean. That's what that is, in my view, is that type of stuff. Where is he during practice? What are the drills they're doing? What's the communication like between him and the assistants? What's the communication like between him and the players in relationship to the other coaches? Those are all things that we don't know that are going to have a say in how good this defense is going to be. You talk about the difference in fundamentals. I mean, we know that Al Golden believed in fundamentals, but does Chris Ash view them even to a different degree? We're going to find that out. Is he someone who is he one of those D coaches who says, listen, I got really good players. I don't need to scheme up a million different things. I got to make sure they're in position and I let them run to the ball with as much efficiency as possible. Efficiency comes from sound fundamentals. Don't take 3 steps when 2 are sufficient. Don't take 5 when 2 are sufficient. That's efficiency in fundamentals. That helps you get from point A to point B. If it takes me 3 steps to get 1 step for another guy, then guess what? By the time that guy gets to his 3rd step, he's 2 steps ahead of me because it took me 3 to get to his 1. Because I did 2 wasted steps. Those are all things that we're going to learn about. I'm not saying those things were problems under Al Golden, but like you said, a great coach can be doing something and another coach says, hey, you guys were great at this, but I see this one area where I think we could get even better. And will Chris Ash be able to do that? We don't know. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, is that right there. That's the excitement of when you have a change. It's also some of the nervousness of you have a change. It's okay, they're better here, but you can't allow that to take a step back over here. If you get 15 spots better against the run, but 20 spots worse against the pass, was it better? Depends on your schedule. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it's not going to be better when you get to the playoffs. So those are all things that we're going to find out that are question marks about this defense, that not question marks, but questions that we need to see get answered. Is what's his defense look like? What does a practice under Chris Ash look like? What are his points of emphasis in practice? Notre Dame practice turnovers all day, every day, the last 2 years, and it manifested. Are we going to see that same emphasis on disruptions under Chris Ash? I don't know. There's so many different aspects to it that I'm just excited to see what it looks like, and also kind of nervous to see what it looks like, because sometimes you watch a new coach and you're like, well, it didn't take me very long in 2014 to say I was right about Brian Van Gorder. I'll just tell you that right now. Didn't take me long to realize I was right on that one.
I love to hear. I'm a sucker for fundamentals in any area of life, man. Because I feel like if you can get the fundamentals down, what you allow is you allow everything else to take. I'll give you a perfect example. I absolutely believe that Max Bullock, and especially from what we've seen in practices and the way he coaches, made an impact on a guy like Jack Kaiser. I fully believe Jack Kaiser was already athletic, talented, fast. He played even faster under Max Bullock's coaching, in my opinion. Right? Drake Bowen, people say, oh, he can't run. It's like, all right. Okay. All right.
I'm laughing because people actually said that, and it's the dumbest thing.
I'm like, dude, I watched this kid play shortstop and third base. It's not a lot of slow people playing shortstop. I haven't seen them. Even Cal Ripken had some speed at the beginning of his long, illustrious career. So you have to be able to understand that trust, that's the word I want to say. Trust. Because I use flow, but trust. Is Chris Ash going to trust what's already in place? Is he going to trust it, right? Is he going to trust, these guys have been coaching their guys. This is what they've been doing. So let me sit back and work myself in where I see fit. Because this is what they've had success doing it this way. These guys coaching it, like Marcus Freeman has given his coaches the ability and the autonomy over their rooms to be able to handle situations. So, you know what? It's not a situation that maybe I wasn't used to or similar with at other stops. But you know what? I'm going to humble myself and kind of observe to see where I'm needed, how I can just add things to what's already being taught, and how I can show coaches like, man, this is something we might want to focus on a little bit more, because I'm aggressive just like the former DC was aggressive. But my aggression I might want to see somebody do this. And I want to see the linebackers on this blitz in the A gap hit it like this, as opposed to the way you were hitting it. Hit it maybe with this shoulder right? To open up this guy next to you or to give this guy a better opportunity to go both ways on his one-on-one. It's just small little things, and I'm just throwing some things out. Just small little things that Chris Ash might have seen that he's like, yo, my preference is that we teach it this way as opposed to how it was being done. And that has to be not only DC to position coach, but DC to player, at some point as well. Because eventually Chris Ash has to be himself, right? He has to be himself, but he has to be himself in the midst of being able to establish or walk in that trust that's already been established by Marcus Freeman, and I think he'll flow into that. I do. If the head coach is trusting the position guys, then as the DC, you will be a fool to come in and try to, override that in a sense.
Yeah. I just want to point something out real quick. Somebody said in an attempt to defend Drake Bowen's athleticism, somebody said Drake Bowen ran for almost 1,000 yards his senior year at Andrean. No. Drake Bowen almost ran for 2,000 yards as a senior at Andrean. He had over 1,700 yards and 26 touchdowns as a running back as a senior in high school. So athleticism is not a problem for Drake Bowen. That's one of the biggest mysteries in the world to me is how people could watch him play as a true sophomore and not come away thinking this guy's going to be really flipping good because he's already pretty good. But, it's another conversation for another day. I want to talk – I don't really have a lot of questions about linebacker, Sean, and so we're not going to talk really about that position in this show other than obviously that somebody's going to have to step up and start for Jack Kaiser, but I feel like it's going to be where we're going to see a lot of guys play. And, so I'm not – it's not a question. I think linebackers will be really good. It's not a question mark for me. I'm not really worried about cornerback right now because we know who the starters are going to be. The depth is going to come along. We're not going to get Dallas and Golden Tilt and Mark Zachary till the summer. We'll see Cree Thomas. Not real big question marks. The next two for me are at the very front and the very back of the defense. And the D-line is a big one for me because we're not going to see Boubacar this spring. We're not going to see Jordan Patelho this spring. So in similar fashion to what we talked about with other positions, it means it's a huge opportunity for Josh Burnham, huge opportunity for Bryce Young, Junior Tomaka, and another guy who there might not be a player on defense I'm more excited to see this spring among the returners and how he steps up and performs this offseason than Logan Thomas. I am really excited to see if Logan Thomas can take a jump this spring. And now with no Boubacar, no Jordan Patelho, there'll be plenty of opportunities for him this spring. So defensive end's a big question mark. How do those guys step up? Do we see Josh Burnham take his game to another level? What kind of sophomore breakout does Bryce Young have? Can Junior become more consistent and be more that flashy guy more regularly? Can Logan Thomas take that jump? Inside, can Gabriel Rubio become an impact player? Is Jason Onye kind of past the stuff that he was dealing with in the fall? And is he locked in and ready to become the guy that we thought he could be? Is there another level for Armel Mukum to get to this spring? Can he be a guy that takes advantage of the fact that there's no Riley Mills, no Howard Cross? What are the transfers at D-tackle going to look like, Sean? They're all going to be here this spring. Jared Dawson's going to be on campus this spring. Elijah Hughes is going to be on campus this spring. Does any other young guy kind of have a breakout that we're not expecting? Does a Sevillano, a Devin Houston, a Brendan Vernon, a Cole Mullins do one of those guys? Actually, Cole Mullins, I think, is one of those guys that's out for the spring. So, no, he's on modified duty. So he may not be one, but there's going to be a lot of guys that Davion Dixon's out, but there's plenty of guys between Armel Mukum, Devin Houston, Brennan Vernon, that can one of those guys kind of step up and say, hey, here I am. It's my turn. Get me on the field because I can make plays. Those are, to me, some of the biggest questions I have about the defense as a whole. And we're going to see it this spring and that's an area where I'm very curious to see, is Al Washington going to be able to kind of take his coaching to another level? And is Chris Ash going to be able to provide an impact there at all or not? Because the way I looked at the job Al Washington did the last year at defensive end was you saw Jordan Patelho take a huge jump from 2023 to the beginning of 24. We saw Boubacar take a big jump. Other guys maybe not huge jumps, but the guys that didn't take huge jumps were what? Converted linebackers. Josh Burnham and Junior Tillamook, who did some good things, but they were more be in position, do your job. They weren't winning with, like, Bubakar's got a couple moves that you're just looking at and you're watching him play and you're just like, I don't know how you defend that. Like, you just watch him play and you're like, yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that. But this is a kid that's always played D-line. Al Washington had to lay a foundation with guys like Josh Burnham and Bryce Young and Junior Tillamook last year. Logan Thomas, who was just kind of a stand-up, just freak disruptor in high school. There's things he's got to learn about how to play the position. You laid that foundation in 24. Can you take them to another level? Give them an additional arsenal of moves, array of moves to be effective one-on-one winners at the line of scrimmage as pass rushers? Can you get those kind of backup guys who were good in their roles to step up and be impact players inside? It's a big year for Al Washington. He did a lot of really good things last year as a defensive line coach. And not just overcoming injuries, but just the improvement we saw from guys from the previous year across the board. Riley Mills was a very good but up and down player in 2023. He became a dominant player in 2024. Took a couple games, but he became that. We saw the jump from Botelho. I mean, we were like, I'm not saying anything about Jordan Botelho until I see it. Like, that's how bad he was in 2023. Like, I'm not counting on anything. And then what did he do in his first 3 games before he got hurt? He was playing really good football. We saw Bubakar go from, like, not doing anything as his freshman to this guy's going to be a star before he got hurt. And to lose the guys he lost and still put a team that could – people say, well, you lost Riley and so you play – but they beat Penn State with those guys. They lost Riley Mills before they played Georgia. They lost Bubakar and Jordan Botelho before they played Georgia, before they played Penn State. And they still went out there and won those football games. They dominated Penn State in the trenches. Or, excuse me, Georgia in the trenches in the playoffs. Dominated them. The defense their defensive line, I think whipped Notre Dame's offensive line, but both D lines were dominant in that game. And same thing at Penn State. First half, not so good. Second half, they made adjustments. That's good coaching, and went out and whooped them up pretty good in the second half, I felt. Now it's about taking it to another level. And I think this is a big year for Al Washington, and we'll talk about briefly in recruiting as well, where he still has a lot of people that have doubts of him, understandably so in some regards, but it's hard to dismiss the job he did coaching this year. And now he gets a chance to prove himself. Was that just you just had some talented players and some veteran players, or hey, are you really that guy? And I think if he's what and you and I hope he is as a position coach, Sean, and what we saw a little bit in 24, if he's that guy that we think he is, I think this D-line is going to be really good because there's a lot of talent. It's unproven talent, but there's a lot of talent and a lot of bodies on this defensive line. And if he's the coach we think he is, I think this defensive line could become really special. We're going to see glimpses of that this spring, I think, if that's going to be true. And that's a question I have.
I think it's going to be one of the most viewed outside of the quarterback competition. The D-line is something that I think I'm going to be watching very closely. But I think the candidates that they have, both veterans and both youngsters, and the potential there could yield itself to possibly yielding because we're going to have questions at defensive tackle just because, you're just used to having guys. Sometimes, like, you get so comfortable having certain guys that are productive at a certain position that, it kind of clouds, like, the opportunity that can be availed to others. I think Jason Onye has the same opportunity emotionally to be pushed and motivated as Jordan Botelho had coming into last year. The same type of motivation to come out and really, become a force on the interior. You talk about Elijah Hughes, you talk about Dawson, what they can bring, are they going to be asked? Those aren't guys that you don't have to bring them in and say, you have to be the guy. You feel like you can come in and say, hey, we got some guys. We held it down during the playoff run. Gabriel Rubio showed himself well during the playoffs. Donovan Hines showed himself well during the playoffs. But for the first time, I think we talked about it before, you look at the weight of that defensive line now in comparison to what it was 2-3 years ago, Now you got some bigums up there, on that Notre Dame defensive line. And so now, how does that impact the linebackers? Do the linebackers now have more reason or more room to come downhill, make plays? How does that impact tackles for loss? How does it impact their play in other situations? I think it was evident against Penn State that linebackers had to wait and work through things just to be able to get to plays and make plays. Penn State was able to run the ball. This defensive line, if it's solidified on the inside in particular, the linebackers are going to do a lot of damage in football games. A lot of damage in football games.
Oh, yeah.
So that within itself is going to be vitally important. I think Al Washington, man, I tip my cap to him, especially as we saw the season go on, even before they got to the playoffs. I'm like, okay. Like, as much, it's all fair, right? There's fair criticism, you give it. And then when there's praise you need to heap on somebody, you heap praise on them, and I think that's what we do here at Irish Breakdown. We're going to be fair. We're going to call it the way we see it. And
praising him now doesn't mean that we're changing our stance on criticism. Those circumstances spoke for themselves.
Absolutely.
It's like with anything. Because we may not like how he did with this group doesn't change what he did with this defensive line this year.
Yeah.
He lost 2 Vipers. His All-American D tackle wasn't really right all year in Howard Cross. He loses his other All-American defensive tackle in the first round of the playoff on a sack, and they still went out there and dominated Georgia's offensive line, which was as healthy as it had been all season. That's what we talked about going to that game. It's the healthiest their O-line's been all season.
Yeah.
Which is why they did really well against Texas. Right? And they whooped them in that game. They did. They whooped them. Their defensive line whooped Georgia's offensive line. And go ahead, Sean.
No, but in that, see, that's the blessing, man. Like, I encourage people all the time. I don't care what's going on in your life, man. If you can find your source in the midst of that storm, you're going to be all right. Because you're going to pull something out of that that's going to be able to bless you. Watching those young men get those valuable minutes in high leverage situations, now it yields right now going into this next season. It makes them even more confident. Junior's going to be more confident. Yes. Josh is going to be more confident.
And it's Gabriel. I don't need you to be Riley Mills or Howard Cross. Jared Dawson, absolutely. We're not bringing you in here to be Howard Cross or be Riley Mills. It's be the best, and this is what Marcus Freeman says all the time, and this is what was at the heart of his comment about, look, it's not about record, it's not about score. It's about being the best version of ourselves. And a lot of people took that as like, oh, are you low in this? No, you're missing the point. He's saying is if we're the best version of ourselves, we beat everyone on our schedule. That's basically what Marcus Freeman is saying without saying it. Because if he said that, then he'd get hammered for being arrogant and, look, our focus isn't on the final score. Our focus is on being the best version of ourselves. And what we watched from this Notre Dame football team is when he finally figured out how to hit the right buttons, they would dominate people, Sean, and not play well. Like not play their best football because he had raised the overall bar that it's now here and you're always striving for more and more and more. It's be the best version of yourself. I don't need any of those guys to be who they're replacing. Be who you are. Be the best version of yourself. If Gabriel Rubio can be a consistent version of himself, he'll be a dude at Notre Dame. If Jared Dawson can just be the best version of himself for 30-plus snaps a game, he'll be a dude. It won't be about, whoa, is he better than Howard Cross? No, it doesn't matter. He's not Howard Cross. Howard Cross is not Jared Dawson. They need you in 25 to be the best version of yourself. Same with Elijah. I even mentioned Elijah Hughes, the transfer from USC that the staff is super excited about. That's the thing. I don't need Armel Mukam to be the replacement for – I need Armel Mukam to be the best version of Armel Mukam. Because the reality – and I don't even need anyone to play above their skis. I don't need anyone to be better than we think they're capable of. And in the past, Sean, we've had a lot of years where, like, they're going to need this guy to maybe be a little, maybe be something he otherwise might not be because there's nobody. You're moving Myron Tungville most out to DN and you're hoping that he can be productive because you don't have anybody else. Right? It wasn't that long ago. That was a year where you went 11-1. You know what I mean? And now this team is a little bit different because this team is like, dude, I don't need you to Do anything but be your best self. That's it. Not an ounce more. Just be your best self. Because if the majority of this D-line can play to their in best self doesn't mean maximum. It just means there's a range where if you play within that range consistently, you're a pretty good player. The problem with Gabriel Rubio, for example, is he would have moments where it's like, that's the top 100 recruit I remember. And then other moments you're like, dude, how are you getting whooped by that guy? How are you getting driven 5 yards off the ball by that guy? So you know it's there. It's okay. Now the best version of himself isn't making these crazy. It's just, dude, see what you did right there for that series. I need you to do that the next series. It's not playing out of your mind. It's not, you weren't in a zone. You were just, you play with good technique. You play with good leverage. You had good snap anticipation. You held your gap responsibility. You moved your feet. You did all the things we coach you to do. And when you do the things we coach you to do, you're a really good football player. When you stop moving your feet, when you let contact get to you, when you don't get in the wrong gap, or when you do get in the wrong gap, that's when you get beat. Stop being that guy. That's not about playing above your talent level. That's playing to your talent level. And the difference is when in the past, when Notre Dame had guys that played to their talent level, Drew White gave Notre Dame everything he had. J.D. Bertrand gave Notre Dame everything he had, mentally, physically, emotionally. But there was a ceiling on them as players that does not exist for Drake Bowen or Jaden Alsbury or Kingston Viliama Asa or Jalen Sneed or Madden Faremo. It's a different ceiling. And so the issue isn't like, hey, Drew White, I don't need you to be Drew Tranquil. I just need you to be the best version of yourself. And you know what? We got the best version of Drew White. The problem is, as much as I love that kid, the best version of himself wasn't nearly as good as the best version of Drew Tranquil and Tavon Coney. Just wasn't. There's nothing he could do about that. You can't ask him to be that. I can ask whoever's at middle linebacker this year and inside linebacker this year to be that type of production because they're that type of player, if not better. Then, I mean, I watched Tavon Coney go for 100-plus tackles a year, 2 years in a row, 10-plus tackles for loss. He doesn't run nearly as well as Drake Bowen does. That was the best that Tavon could be. And so that's the thing, Sean, with this D-line is I don't need any of them to play out of their minds because this is a very talented room. It's just – and that's the job that Al Washington has in front of them. And I believe that the two coaches who are going to have the biggest say and how good this football team is going to be in 2025 is not Marcus Freeman per se. I mean, he's the head coach, so you take him out of the equation. It's not Mike Denbrock. It's not Chris Ash. It's not Jawan Sider. It's not Mike Brown. It's Joe Rudolph and Al Washington because they both have very talented rooms with a lot of questions. And the better they are at getting those questions answered, the more dominant this football team is going to be. And I'm excited to see what this D-line is going to look like because if Al Washington does the job that you and I think he's capable of this year, Sean, it's going to be a lot of fun. And no one's going to benefit. And I love that you said this. No one's going to benefit more from that than 34, 27, 4, 3, and what I don't know whatever Madden Framo's number is. I mean, those guys are going to benefit tremendously from that. And the example that I try to give to people when they ask me about that, I said, okay, go watch the first half of Pitt 2012 and watch Manti. And then watch the second half of that game and watch Manti. First half of the game, no Lewis Nix. They're getting free runs at Manti's knees, just chopping them the whole game. Doesn't matter. There's nothing Manti can do about it. It's like D-line's getting whooped up the middle. And that makes you, I don't care how good you are middle linebacker, that's happening. It's going to be a long day. And then second half, Lewis Nix was like, okay, they were trying not to play him because he wasn't 100%, if you remember. But he was dressed. In the second half, they put him in there more. And all of a sudden, Manti starts going off and making plays. Right? It's a great combination. And I feel like with the added beef and the specific style of play, because again, Gabriel Rubio's not Riley Mills. And if you put him in a 3 technique and ask him to be Riley Mills, guess what? You're going to be sorely disappointed. No, you play your game. You play the defense to what Gabriel Rubio does well. And if they got him and Jared Dawson and they got him and Armo Mukum or whoever in the game, and those guys are playing their game, that's going to let 34 and 27 and 4 and 3 just run wild and run free. And that's what I'm excited about, Sean. And then, of course, you have some pass rushing potential on the edge and all that. So there's a chance for it to be really good, but there's also a lot to prove with this D-line. It's both of those things. There's tons of potential, but what's the word that you and I hate using the most when talking about a team? It's potential. Because if I'm talking about potential, it means it's unproven to this point in time. It means it's theory. It's not, like there's a theory and then there's a proven equation. Like, yeah, okay, this was the theory, but now I went and proved it. And this right here gets you excited about a season. This right here is what determines W's. Potential is what gets us fired up in the offseason. Production is what gets you saying, okay, this team is really good and they're a championship caliber team. Right? There was the potential that Riley Leonard could add to the offense, and then there's the actual what we saw him add to the offense, and that's where they got to. Going into the year, Jeremiah Love was all about potential, Sean. Jadarian Price was all about potential. I mean, yeah, they'd shown flashes and all that, and it was fun to watch them on a couple runs here and there against Tennessee State and Pitt and stuff like that in 2023. But Jeremiah Love ran for 385 yards and only averaged 5.4 yards per carry as a freshman. Jadarian Price ran for 272 yards and 5.8 yards per carry. They scored 4 total touchdowns in a combined 26 games, 13 between each of them. It was all potential. It wasn't proven production. It was all potential. The most exciting thing Jadarian Price did as a true freshman was a kick return. It wasn't even doing anything as a running back. But then they got that opportunity and they stepped up and said, okay, this is what we're going to do with that opportunity. And they became arguably the best 1-2 punch in college football last year. We're not talking about them as potential anymore. And that's what we need to be with this D-line. Final thing, Sean, is safety last year. Notre Dame got a really good, important, quality veteran portal pickup in the offseason in Rod Hurd. Was excited what Rod Hurd could bring to the table. There's some question marks about how he would transition from nickel to safety and all that, but it felt like this was a stabilizing move that needed to be made. But Rod Hurd didn't get to play in the spring. And Don Schuler stepped up and said, I'm going to take full advantage of that. This offseason, Notre Dame went out and got a guy in Jalen Stroman, who was a very good football player, a very proven player, a known commodity. There's going to be a transition to defense, but he's not going to be here this spring either because he's coming back from the injury he had at Virginia Tech. Once again, there's a tremendous opportunity for some young players this spring, Sean, just like a receiver, to step up and say, I'm going to take advantage of that. This is Luke Talents. This is your chance to say, I'm the guy. Ben Minnick, this is your chance. Bronte Johnson, if given the chance to play safety, this is your chance. Jadon Blair, you're going to get that chance. Kennedy Urlacher, you're going to get that chance because there isn't the expected starter opposite of Don Schuler this spring. Means more opportunities for these young guys to step up and say, you got to play me. Even if Jalen Stroman still starts, who's that 3, who's that 4? Or do they just step in and win the starting lineup? That's a big question for me. What's the safety rotation look like after a Don? And Jalen Stroman not performing leaves a question mark that won't get answered. But in some ways, I'm actually encouraged by this because now Jalen's a veteran. He'll be able to make the transition in the spring or in the summer and winter and fall and all that. I'm excited to see who of this next group, the returners. Talents is a guy I can't wait to see. Hopefully Bronte gets a shot at safety. I'm really curious to see what Kennedy does in year 2 at safety. He's a thumper, but can he cover? And then, of course, Jadon Blair and what he's going to be able to do. No, Jalen Stroman means a lot more reps for those guys. Do they take advantage of it this spring the way that a Don Schuler did last spring? That's my final question mark on defense, Sean.
What makes the secondaries really connecting to what we previously talked about, Chris Ash. Before becoming a defensive coordinator, I believe it was Iowa and Wisconsin, where he coached the secondary, if I'm not mistaken.
He's been a secondary coach most of his career. Yeah.
So I think, and then he comes into a different situation where I think when Urban Meyer hired him, that defense was
Iowa
struggling.
State, by the way.
It was Iowa State. Okay. That defense was struggling. I want to say they were like 129th in the pass, and then once he came, they dropped down to 19th. but more importantly, they went up to 24 interceptions. And so I'm going to be very interested in now how he wants certain things to be done, because that's his core. That's what he coached, defensive backs. And with Mike Mickens there, does he kind of become that kind of extra safety coach? I'll be watching that during the practices, right? Because you had Chris O'Leary and Mike Mickens. Mike Mickens was given, the entire secondary. But now with Chris Ash, that's what he does. Does he spend a lot of time with the safeties, right? Because that's an important situation, losing X. Does he spend times with the contenders that are going to get reps playing next to a Don Shula? I think that's something we might see in some of those practices. But you have to love the move of Strowman. You have to love the move of Devontae Smith. I think Notre Dame has done an incredible job of going to the portal and answering those questions year to year with the nickel. You know that Carson Hobbs is someone that they moved to nickel in the middle of the season to allow him to start playing in that position. What is he going to look like? And then I'm very interested in seeing, we know the top two guys. Is Tree Thomas going to creep in there? Is he going to battle Bronte Tate? I'm like,
I think Cree is going to be a really surprising player for Notre Dame. I've said this for a long time, Sean. From the minute we first watched this film, I said to you, you remember we were talking about that. I'm not saying you disagreed, but I was like, this guy is way better than people think he is. And he was even better as a senior than because he got to play corner finally as a senior, like full-time corner.
Yeah.
And you got to see it, and you're like, oh, my God, this kid's really good.
Extremely confident,
and if it wasn't for them landing just two absolute dudes in Mark Zachary and Dallas Golden, there'd be a lot more excitement about Cree.
Yeah.
But, that kid could play 5 positions in your secondary. There aren't a lot of people you can say that about.
No.
What I love about this secondary class is you landed 2 of those guys. Because I think Dallas Golden can also play any position in this. I think he can play either safety spot, nickel, or both corner spots. You landed 2 DBs that could literally start at 5 different positions in your secondary. So Dallas doesn't surprise anybody, but Cree is going to surprise some people, in my opinion. He really is.
So I think you have a ball hawking secondary at the cornerback position. You might see that ball hawking come in duo. And I want to say this, man. Don Shula couldn't have said it better himself. How blessed he was to play his first season next to Xavier Watts. It was really beneficial because there was a transfer of not only knowledge, but there was a transfer of leading from that position. And, just as X was able to watch Kyle Hamilton. And you can say what you want to. Brown, he got, you talking about guys getting the most out of what they had. Now, Brown gave Notre Dame everything he had at safety. Everything he had at safety. And so when you have that type of legacy back there and expectations, and you start bringing in talent, the likes of, you get a Luke Towers, you get a Kennedy Urlacher, and then you take it to the next level, you get a Jadon Blair. You get a Dallas Golden that can play anywhere.
Bronte, yeah.
Bronte, it's like, okay, this is what it is. I'm super excited. I'm super excited about the potential of this defensive backfield. And that's coming off of one of the best defensive backfields that Notre Dame has probably ever had.
One of their best, certainly their best 2-year stretch since the 90s.
Absolutely.
I mean, where they would lose one first-round draft pick and replace them with another one. I mean, it just
did that group because of I don't know if that group, because of the defensive coordinators, I don't know if that group was asked to really defend man-to-man.
Their production wasn't as
good
as it should have been based on their talent level, but they were still really good.
They're really good, yeah.
You lose Tom Carter in 1992, and next year Jeff Burris is an All-American. Bobby Taylor's a dude. I mean, I think Greg Davis stepped up. Sean Wooden was a really important part of that 93 team. And a lot of people will tell you, again, I was 15. I couldn't tell you this, but I've talked to people older than me, and they'll say, if Sean Wooden doesn't get hurt during the celebration of that breakup that they
Breakup.
beat BC. That
Yeah.
he would have been responsible for a lot of things that went wrong against BC, and that I don't know if that's true or not, but like he was a very important piece of that team, and he played in the NFL for a while with the Dolphins and some other teams. So
Absolutely.
you know, I mean,
Yes.
you were just so loaded in the secondary back then, man. You had backup DBs getting drafted from Notre Dame back in the 90s. Like guys that literally didn't start but a couple games here and there. That's how loaded they were. And we're getting to that point again. And that's fun to see. But who steps up, who takes advantage of the extra reps, the extra opportunity this spring? It's something I'm looking forward to watching very, very much. So, Sean, that's going to do it for the defensive breakdown. We're going to get to some recruiting stuff next. But before we do, folks, y'all know what to do. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. And, of course, we would love it if you sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, Sean, I want to talk some recruiting next because I think there's some fair criticisms to lob at Notre Dame right now, and I think there's a lot of overreacting going on right now as well. And so we want to kind of speak to the reality of where Notre Dame is, the good and the bad of where Notre Dame is, because as of right now, March 10th, you cannot sit here and argue that based on the results that Notre Dame has taken advantage of the recruiting of the 14-2 season. Since the season ended, they have not landed they've landed one commitment since the playoffs started. They've landed one commitment. That was from Tyler Merrill. It's a big time pickup. They have not. He was their first commitment since December 1st when they landed Chasten Smith. He was the Chasten Smith was the last non-offensive lineman to commit to Notre Dame.
Right.
December 1st. The last offensive skill player to commit to Notre Dame. So the last non-offensive lineman to commit to Notre Dame on offense was Noah Grubbs on July 1st. You can't sit there and look at the results and say they're taking advantage of the run. At the same time, I don't think that now is when we were going to see a lot of commitments. And so I do think there's some areas that are question marks that we need to see if they can take advantage of it. But I also think there's a lot of hand-wringing that's just unnecessary right now. So what we want to do is kind of talk about where Notre Dame is right now in recruiting. What is the truth of where they are? And it's not all good and it's not all bad. There's a little bit of both. Some of it's understandable, but then it's also about what needs to happen moving forward for them to take advantage of it, because that's really the premise. Notre Dame had a brilliant season, 14-2, national title game, big win over Georgia, big win over Penn State, just an impressive season, gained a lot of positive pub as a program. People that have always been Notre Dame doubters are like, having watched that team in person, that's a much better team than I thought. Your Marcus Freeman has become kind of the young rising star of college football right now. He's kind of the cool coach and there's a whole lot of positives from the season. And so the expectation is that Notre Dame is going to capitalize on this. We haven't seen the fruits of that yet. And part of that is because strategy, and part of that is also because you've seen some big losses that I think have stunted that growth. Now, the question that we're going to find out over the next 9 months, Sean, is did it simply slow the momentum down, or did it stop it? That's a bit of the unknown right now. And so we want to kind of get into that a little bit, because what we can agree on is that everyone can agree on is Notre Dame needs to take full advantage of the momentum gain from this season. But we also have to set some proper standards for where things are right now. Number one, overall, this is going to be a smaller class. When you have a team as young as Notre Dame is, you're not going to have giant personnel losses. Now, I think the size of this class is eventually going to grow, because I think a couple juniors are going to kind of have seasons that might lead to them no longer being in uniform at Notre Dame after 2025, because they're now getting paid even more to play football in most instances, because they're going to be going to the draft. But this isn't going to be a big class, number one. I think there's also this thought that because in the past they'd have so many commitments by this point in time that you don't see that number. They're usually ranked in the top 3. And I mean, what we do always say, well, yeah, they're doing that, but then they got to hold on for dear life for the next 9 months to those players. This staff made a decision to not go that route before Chad Bowden left. We've talked about this. They said, it's going to be a smaller class. We're going to take advantage of the season. We're going to shoot for some bigger fish. I'll be honest with you. There were some position coaches that didn't like some of the early fill-ups. They were taking guys that some of the position coaches didn't want to take that early. And so there was a little bit of a battle there. And Notre Dame had altered its strategy a little bit, that we're not going to just load up on guys that we can then say we're going to drop them later. Because I think there's some people in the staff that weren't super comfortable when it came to, just kind of, how do I say this? They loved the kids, but they didn't want to take them as players at that time. They wanted to see a lot more, but there was other people say, let's just get them into class and we'll drop them later. And there's some people on the staff that aren't comfortable doing that at Notre Dame. No, now it's sometimes it happens, but they weren't comfortable taking a kid knowing that was likely going to happen. And I think that was halted. And that factored into some of the numbers that we're seeing now. Like, let's just be honest, Sean. When they took Justin Thurman and Daniel Anderson, there was a talk at that time that we can always over-recruit those guys. There's no reason to take them that early if that's what you do. Same thing about CJ May. There's no point in taking them as early as you did if you knew there's a decent chance you would drop them if things went well for you. I don't like that. You don't like that. And I think there was enough people on the staff that didn't like that got, okay, we're not doing that anymore. That explains the overall numbers. Last year, Notre Dame also loaded up after the season. From January 1st to March 10th, which is today's date, Notre Dame landed 6 commitments. Chris Burgess, Ethan Long, Josiah Kia, Owen Strebig, Elijah Burris, and Matty Augustine. That was not the norm. In the vaunted 2024 class, from January 1st to March 10th, they landed 1 commitment, Leonard Moore. In the 2023 class, they landed 1 commitment from January 1st to March 10th, or 2, Preston Zinner, Peyton Bowen decommitted. In 24, the next commitment after Leonard Moore did not come till March 29th, Anthony Knapp. In 2023, the next commitment didn't come until April 19th with Braylon James. So what we're seeing right now is not uncommon from what I would argue 23 and 24 were better classes than the 25 class as a whole. So the fact that Notre Dame isn't loading up in March is not abnormal for really good Notre Dame classes. I think that's the first thing of context, Sean, that people have to understand is Notre Dame is not getting a lot of numbers right now because they're not pushing for a lot of commitments right now. Part of the reason is a smaller class shooting for bigger fish. The other part is we have to acknowledge the fact that you've got a brand new GM running the show. You lost not only Chad Bowden, but Caleb Davis, who was very good at his job. Carter Allman got a promotion, and that wasn't because other people left. Carter is a rising star in the recruiting ranks. He got that promotion to where he's going to be. But there's still also 2 key recruiting spots still out there that they're trying to fill. And so, like, Carter is not the new Chad Bowman. He got a promotion from what he was doing because he was doing great work. There's still 2 more spots that they're trying to fill. That staff is going to need to be able to come in and say, we like that kid, we like that kid, we like that kid. You could go get a commitment from a kid right now, but what if Mike Martin watches him and says, hey, I don't think that kid is who we want. I don't think that's really where you want to be. Those are things that I look at and say, hey, listen, this is where you have to have a little bit of patience as a Notre Dame fan and say, let's let this play out a little bit. Let's get into the March visits, let's get into the April visits and see how some of this goes. You're also seeing at certain positions like D-line where it's very clear Notre Dame is shooting for bigger fish. Those guys aren't committing anywhere right now. You did most. Losing Samote, it's a big loss, but the board is fine right now. You got to close. But they're not missing on guys. It's just it's early in the process with those guys. So I think overall, Sean, right now, people need to take a deep breath, relax. I'm not saying that this recruiting class is going to end up being great. I don't know. But I think some of the angst is let's look at recent history. As I said, 23-24 classes combined 3 commitments from January 1st to March 10th. One of those guys decommitted. That's it. You only got one guy in 24 class from January 1st to March 10th. Leonard Moore, pretty good player. You got one in this year's class, Tyler Merrill, pretty good player. Right? April, May, June, July, that's when they're going to fill up. That's when it comes time to panic. If they're not filling up by June and July, then it's time to have a little bit of, right now is not it. Let's give this staff a little bit of time to get in. Mike Martin just got introduced last week. Let's be a little bit patient, right? A little bit patient, okay? Now, there are certain positions where I understand where people are coming from. But again, be patient. Losing Connor Solomon was a big loss, Sean. Losing Naeem Burrows was not a loss because he wasn't going to come to Notre Dame. I'd already reported a week or two ago that they're not really a player for Naeem Burrows. So they didn't lose 2 guys to Clemson. They lost 1 to Clemson. That's a big loss. They have flipped guys from Clemson pretty recently. It's March. Let's chill. Because here's the funny thing. If he would have committed to Notre Dame, the same people bitching about him missing on him, they'd be freaking out about, oh, God, now you got to hold on to him. He might flip. You're just kind of that guy at this point in time. You're going to bitch about whatever happens. If they get him, you're going to bitch about, oh, I don't know if they can hold on to him. We don't hold on to big guys. We got to throw the ball more if this guy's going to stick in the class. They don't get him, and you're literally complaining about the same exact crap. Okay, so just chill. Chill a little bit. Having said that, you also can't look at last year's receiving situation and say that was big-time receiver recruiting. The funny thing is the person who made most of those mistakes is no longer here because it wasn't Mike Brown. But at the same time, Mike Brown still has a lot to prove as a recruiter, Sean. So, there's 2 things that are true at the same time, and too many people are saying, don't worry, everything is perfect. They're going to be great. That's not true. There is still a lot to prove. We don't know how good of a recruiter Mike Brown is going to be. We don't know who we're going to fill. How can I tell you that recruiting is going to be great when I don't know who 2 of the key members of the recruiting operation are going to be because I haven't hired them yet? I haven't seen Mike Brown land a single recruit. I haven't talked to a single person about his evaluation of a specific player. I can't tell you it's going to be all good. I can also tell you some of the bedwetting going on is way over the top when you look at the history of what Notre Dame has done from January 1st to mid-March. Way over the top. We don't know how it's going to go, including at receiver, because a lot of the angst is because of the past, which is fair. This is the first full class under Mike Brown. Let's kind of see how this goes a little bit. I have some concerns, but I'm not there yet. They lost Connor Solomon. They're in a really good position with Kadon Finley, but they're great, but you got to close. Some of the new offers you and I have talked about, Sean, when we're watching film, like Mason James is a dude. Do they have a shot to get him? No clue. No idea. So that's where I get some of the concern, but I think we're jumping off of a cliff a little bit too much with some of this stuff, Sean. And that's where I'm coming from with this is they're not killing it right now in recruiting. They're not. That's a fact. They're not. I can justify some of it by saying, knew this, knew that, knew this other thing. But there's other things you're like, okay, that's fine. I've defended you as far as I can go. Now visits are opening up. Let's start seeing some kids get on campus. Let's start seeing seal the deal. So I think right now, March 10th, people are overreacting. But pretty soon here, you're going to start having to see some of the fruits of some of this labor of this new staff to help calm people down a little bit and make them feel like, hey, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, it's really simple for me, right? I said last year I had no expectations for the wide receiver position in 25. I felt like it was a win that they got to nuke Derek Meadows and the guys that they got on campus for officials. Like, that was a win. Like, get them on, didn't close. You and I have a theory of what impacted that and the foolishness that was going on with a certain recruit that immediately when those wide receivers left their officials, all of a sudden things went left, right? I'll let sleeping dogs lie. I don't even want to wake that up. But for me, momentum is always killed because in order for momentum to exist, you must keep constant acceleration. And you can't keep continuity. When continuity is impacted, when Chad leaves a day before your junior day, after you just came off the national championship game, we can speculate whether or not that was done purposely or, especially his actions in the aftermath, going after guys that were targets, or that came to junior day, guys that were linked to possibly coming to Notre Dame in the aftermath, and all of a sudden they end up at another school that he just happens to be at. 30 games, but I guess it's all fair. Like, it is what it is. And then now Marcus Freeman has to fill voids. That you can't have momentum unless you have continuity. You can't. I think I spoke about it last week. Carter Altman, I praised him last week. I'm like, yo, I heard about the job he did in the Chicago area. The contact he made with 26 kids and 27
and not from
kids.
Notre Dame people either, Sean.
No.
You're not talking about like, other Notre Dame people are telling us, this guy that we hired or we promoted is going to do a great job.
I'm talking, even if he didn't physically show up, coaches heard from him on the phone.
Right.
And those prospects in 26 and 27 are like, okay, I'm locked in. For me, I want to see the spring visits, and that's going to let me know what's going on with the official visits. I can speak. I talked to Brian Yarbrough. Dude, Utade, Edewade, I'm sorry, EB, and Ikine, the offensive lineman, they're both coming on the same day. They're excited. They're excited about their trip to Notre Dame. You talked about the resources they put into, especially on the defensive side, in North Carolina. Big-time defenders that they're going after to kind of answer that defensive line question. We talked about Al Washington. He stepped it up with the offers. Because the kids we see in the 26th class on that D-line,
Sean,
it's like, okay.
I had an intel piece before I went on vacation. And you and I talked about this. And I put a board out. I said, this is a really talented board. You got Ebenezer Edewade and Roddy Dunham at Viper. You've got Mikael Blade and Elijah Golden at DN. You got Tiki Hola and a couple D tackles. And you're like, this is a really good board. But it's a small board. And if you have any misses, you're going to be – so what do? They've offered like, what, 3D linemen since then. They offered a kid, Kerry Wilder, yesterday, who's a really talented player. Richard Wesley reclassified from 27 to 26. He's the dude. They offered him. There's one other lineman they either offered. I don't know if it's public or not yet, but there's another lineman that they offered. Now, the question is going to be, okay, great. You're going big game hunting. It's wonderful. That's what you need to do. But now you got to close, because this is the thing. Al Washington has proven to us that he's a very good defensive line coach, in my opinion. Now he's got to prove to us that he can be a dynamic recruiter at Notre Dame. And he's got some guys here, got some guys there, had a nice linebacker class, but you got to prove that you can go get those big fish. But I don't know that you're going to sit there and say March 10th. Well, he's not going to on March 10th. I don't know. I have no clue. That's going to be the key. Can you convince Kerry Wilder to come visit in the spring? Not many kids make their first trip to Notre Dame for an official end up at Notre Dame. Unless those kids you get on them late. If a kid's not willing to spend his own dime to come out and see you in the spring, then he's probably not going to get that guy. Let's be honest about that. So that's going to be the sign, Sean. You nailed that. Is in March and April, how many of these kids that they're getting in on are they going to be able to get to come to campus? Some of them a lot of them already have. Roddy Dunham's been to campus. Ebenezer Adewade's been to campus. Tiki Hola came to campus in January. Elijah Golden's been to campus. Now you got these new guys on the board to campus. That's going to be a big key for him. Same thing a receiver. You're going to have to get some of these. Mason James, you have to. The kid who's been to Oklahoma like 15 times. Yeah. You have to see if you can get him to campus. They offered a big tall kid with a lot of potential the other day. Sean, hold on. Let me pull up his name. I think it happened when I was on vacation. They did offer Brian Williams.
Brian Williams, a three-star.
Not him, but there's another kid. Brian Williams' name I can pronounce. I got but he's another. It's Messiah Hampton's another one they offered a receiver, but that's not what I'm thinking of. It's go ahead, Sean, and because I'm going to find this kid. But Munchin Sales, Showtime Sales.
Yeah, and Messiah Mickens. I'm not Messiah Mickens. Messiah Hampton plans to be on campus. He's just working it out. He plans to come up during the spring. And so, look, we got to be honest. Everybody loves to go after the top guys. This thing works a certain way. There's a connection between top receivers And coaches that develop quarterbacks or coaches that are play callers, like it's yes, schools like Alabama, especially now, with their new head coach and even with the previous head coach, they got those top guys. USC, whether he was at USC or at Oklahoma, Lincoln Riley's going to pull in those top guys, right? When the Alabama head coach was at Washington, he was able to go out and get top wide receivers. And you just have to be honest with where you're at and allow Marcus Freeman to develop that position. It's the same time you gave to Mike Mickens. It's the absolute same. When he came in and inherited the narrative of defensive back in Notre Dame, we're talking about taking someone from the wide receiver group and bringing him over to the defensive backfield to be your number two. Dude,
that two.
Yes.
And Xavier Watts.
You're right, and Xavier Watts. So now we're not doing that anymore 4 years later. Okay, give Mike Brown some time. We went over, Trevor and I went over the wide receiver recruiting list last week. We didn't mention Naeem Burrows because we knew why are people getting upset over Naeem Burrows? Hey, dude, move on. I don't care. He used Notre Dame in his top 6 because he knew it would garner attention.
I think he liked the idea of Notre Dame, but it was never going to happen. And also, he plays with Xander Edwards, whose dad played Notre Dame. So I think and also he's a teammate, Simeon Caldwell, who loves Notre Dame. That's where some of that interest.
So that connects.
And I think, but we always said at the time, I don't want to hear a word about Naeem Burrows until he visits campus. He never made it to campus. And
Connor Salmon, I said last Monday that Clemson was the leader.
That Notre Dame. New. That was very new.
Well, I know what I had heard even last week.
Yeah, last week. I'm saying that was new. Up to 2 weeks ago, the last time I got an update, it was a Notre Dame Penn State battle.
Yeah.
But let's be honest about something else with Clemson. Clemson's the new Notre Dame in recruiting, in that they are pushing hard to convince kids to commit now. And they're going to have the strategy of let's load up now and hold on for dear life until the end. They're taking the strategy Notre Dame used for a while. Notre Dame is now taking a more selective strategy. Now, I don't know that that's going to work for Notre Dame. We're going to find out. We don't know the answer to that. But that's partly why Clemson is loading up. Like, trust me, Clemson's not sitting back like, all right, cool, receiver recruiting is done, because they know they got to hold on to both of those guys. So that's going to be now, I don't know if Notre Dame is going to keep pushing for Connor Solomon. I would. I don't know if they will. I mean, like I said,
they better.
Last night at 11. I'm saying I don't know. I just got back from vacation at 11 o'clock last night. I haven't had a chance to talk to people about that. So I don't want to say they will if I don't know. I would. But the point is, Sean, is like, look, there's some positions that were question marks going into the season that haven't hit yet. And it's understandable that people are going to be concerned about that. I have no problem with that. None. My problem is it's March 10th. It's not time to panic yet. That's the issue. And I'm not ignoring any obvious signs. What I'm saying is we don't know. It's got to be proven, but it's March 10th. They haven't started their spring visits yet. We'll have a better idea. This is all we're saying. We'll have a better idea once we get through spring visits. If we get through spring visits and this guy didn't visit and this guy didn't visit and this guy didn't visit or this guy visited and you were like, okay, Kadon Finley, you lead for right now, but by the end of spring visits, you're 4th. Time to worry. Braden Robinson, you're in his top 3 right now, but you get to the end of spring visits and you're not, and you're way behind Ohio. Then it's time to worry. If you're not able to get some of these guys that we're talking about now, Sean, Brian Williams and Munchin Sales and those, then it's time to worry. Dude, what I'm saying is today, March 10th, before Notre Dame has had a single spring visit, it's not time to worry.
Yeah.
That's the point. It's not, oh my God, the sky's falling.
I would be more worried if Chad was still here and it was going in this direction. I would be more worried. I'm not about to just minimize what has been transpiring.
Right.
Like that means because pot of gold would already have been in the works. Players would have been big. They're still adding to the board, and we don't even know if they're going to do things the same way.
They're still adding staff. There's still 2 recruiting positions that need to be filled right now.
Absolutely. And so when you don't think –
go ahead, Sean.
No, I'm just saying, you don't think recruits and the people that are around them are saying, well, man, they got a whole new recruiting staff. Like Chad was the guy that was reaching out. We don't know if Connor Simon had a great relationship with Chad Bolton. We don't know that. We don't know how that possibly impacted him and his parents. We don't know that.
I will say this. Number one, couple things. Number one, you can't deny that Notre Dame has fallen a bit behind in some areas because of the transition. That's natural.
Absolutely.
That's the reality. You have to also say this new staff is going to have to really get going quickly. You can't wait till the end of March to figure out some of these evaluations. That's got to be done now. So yes, you fell behind, but you now have to, yes, you still are looking to add it, but you have your GM, you have Carter, you have enough in place, Sean, that you need to be able to start picking up some steam and get some things rolling right now. But again, it's a process of this. It's a process. And my whole point is falling behind is one thing, staying behind is another. That's the question mark for me.
Let me ask you a question.
Are you going to stay behind?
Weren't we very worried? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you
were coming to an end. Go ahead.
Well, weren't we very worried when there was Tyler Buckner and Drew Pine, and then all of a sudden Kenny Minchie was a throw-in? We're really worried about the quarterback room, right? Weren't we?
Kenny Minchie committed, but before that, I was.
No, I'm just saying. But Kenny Minchie was like he was an add-in, right? And we're really worried. And then we lost the offensive coordinator. Everybody was worried about the quarterback room, but now everybody's super excited about a quarterback room that has a competition.
The thing is, Sean, is like, you have to. The end line is what matters, right? But you also have to get off to somewhat of a decent enough start to eventually win the race. And that's where the question is right now is, are they off to a good enough start? And my answer is the board is good enough at every position right now to have an elite class.
The board is much better than it was last year.
The question here is, for me, is will you make better evaluations and will you be able to close? You know what the biggest issue with receiver recruiting last year was? About bad evaluations and not knowing where, like, I can't tell how many times Ryan and I caught crap on the show last year because every other site comes, Notre Dame's the leader for Derek Meadows. Notre Dame's going to get Derek Meadows. And Ryan and I were like, I don't know how many times we need to tell you guys. Maybe they get Derek Meadows is not like Notre Dame the way y'all think that they do. But these people were getting that from somewhere, and they were getting it from the Notre Dame recruiting operation. We were getting our hesitation was from Ryan talking to not Notre Dame people and getting the feel, which is more of a true sense of it. And it was not reading that recruitment correctly. That wasn't Mike Brown. Mike Brown's not the one that said, I don't think Dalen McCutcheon can play for me. That wasn't a Mike Brown recruitment.
Facts.
Mike Brown's not the one that said Cooper Perry can't play for me. They dropped Cooper Perry before Mike Brown was even on the board. Like, so that's the whole thing is, does Mike Brown have to prove some stuff as a recruiter? Yes, he does. I'm not panicking on March 10th at this point. And a lot of the issues that they had last year that are being projected onto him were not his decisions. The first evaluation he made and the first player he truly went after on it was Elijah Burris. Well, look what happened by the end of Elijah Burris's high school career. Everybody else kind of came around to some degree that this kid's a pretty good football player. To varying degrees. I think he was a consensus 4-star by the end of it, ranked in the Rivals 247, top 247 or whatever. The point is the board is good enough to say right now, take a breath. Let's see how the spring visits go. This isn't Sean and I saying, guys, they're killing it at receiver recruiting. I don't know why you're panicking. Not saying that. What I'm saying is one kid leaving, committing somewhere else doesn't mean all of a sudden, oh my God, we're all screwed. Let's see who they get on campus. Let's see how the spring visits go with a new recruiting staff. But I do think this needs to be a lesson for Marcus Freeman and the Notre Dame coaches. Yes, it's good to have a recruiting staff that you ask a lot of. Make sure you don't ask too much of them because when they leave, this is what happens. And I think the lesson we learned is there were too many coaches that were letting Chad Bowden do their jobs for them.
You just going, we going there today?
I'm just now saying it.
Okay. Yeah. I thought we were keeping it PC. We're in that season of just letting it go. Okay.
We're going to go there.
Let's do it.
That's a lesson that has to be learned now. Is, yes, trust Mike Martin and his staff to do their job. Trust Carter Almond to be a great recruiter for you. Trust to these new people to do their job. But you still need to be involved in the relationship building in this recruiting process. And there needs to be and I believe this is going to be true from what I've been told. There needs to be a very clear understanding that if a coach says no, it means no. And I don't think that was always happening before. I know for a fact, now I'll just say it now, Derek Meadows was a guy that the recruiting staff wanted that I don't think the coaching staff was as high on. That's not a guess. That's a fact. And there was a lot of behind-the-scenes battles on how bad do we want this kid. And when Notre Dame was making their big offer at the end of the deal, I promise you that was not a coaching staff decision. Promise you that. It's not a guess. Sean, you and I was telling you what I was being told before the kid took his official visit. I told you that.
Resources and time and energy.
Exactly. That can't happen. If a coach says this kid can't play for me, no matter what you think as a recruiter, got to let it go. Got to move on because you wasted all that time and energy on him when you should have been spending on it on other kids you had a better shot at.
Thank you.
Who would have been good football players for you.
Thank you.
And that ripple effect, because all those kids knew that Derek Meadows was your dude.
But it was all Mike Brown, though. Mike Brown had to take all the arrows. It was all Mike Brown. Like, yeah.
And look, I'm not throwing the previous, because look, Chad did a phenomenal job at Notre Dame, but he wasn't infallible. Nobody's. Marcus Freeman's not. We're not. But you have to be accurate within your state. Now, that doesn't mean Mike Brown is doing a great job and he was being held back by somebody else. He's got to do a better job. He's got to play more of a role. Other coaches have to be more involved in certain things. And yes, the recruiting staff can take a lot off your plate, but you still got to be involved in this process because that's how you get kids to commit to not only coming to you, but staying with you because you have that relationship with them. Chad Bowden didn't coach anybody at Notre Dame. Carter Almond's not going to coach anybody at Notre Dame. Mike Martin's not going to coach a soul at Notre Dame. They're getting the talent. You're the ones coaching them. And if you don't have that relationship with them when they get here, that's going to be a problem. And I do think that you need to trust your recruiting staff to do their jobs at a very high level, but it doesn't mean that you can just wash your hands of recruiting except when kids are on campus or make the obligatory occasional phone call. You got to still do your job in the recruiting trail, especially in the offseason. During the season, I get it. Let those recruiting guys do their thing. But the minute the season is over with, you got to hit the ground running. The problem with this staff, Sean, is once the season was over with, Chad bolted. And they didn't have time to kind of get that transition of getting more involved. Mm-hmm. That's a lesson that I hope they learn for the future.
Now, see, I wonder if another issue that hopefully is involved, because you said what you're hearing is that coaches, if they're not rocking with it, then the coach wins. I think that's absolutely great to hear. I think I think it needs to be a collaborative effort, but I think the guys that are going to coach them, they need to have a big say-so in the decision. Not saying the ultimate say-so, because Marcus Freeman needs to be in there as well.
Right. And you need to allow the recruiting staff to pound on the table for a guy, and there needs to be sometimes that, hey, I'm going to trust you on this.
Absolutely.
And I don't like that, but I'm going to trust you. But what I'm referring to is when the staff just said, no, that kid can't play for us.
Right.
That kid doesn't have the whatever that we are looking for. Move on, and you don't. That's the problem.
I'm even more concerned. This is something else. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, I'll say there were times where Chad Bowden was adamant about a player that certain coaches weren't. And they trusted Chad and said, okay, man, and it worked out. Boubacar Traore's one. That he was the first one like, guys, we got to go get this kid. So this isn't some after he's gone, let's throw Chad Bowden under the bus. This is more of at this position, I think some mistakes were made last year.
Absolutely.
And there needs to be a clear trust him to do his job, but you still got to do your job. At the end of the day, if I'm adamant here and you're adamant there, then you got to go with me because I'm the guy that's got to coach him. That's ultimately.
Or even though we can talk about that as well. Who could have been taken into class if you weren't sitting up there waiting on Derek Meadows that did officially visit? See,
look,
that's all of that. That's dominoes, and on top of that,
let's get Ryan back on here for 2 seconds, right? And what he'll say, they could have had Cooper Perry and Dalen McCutcheon. Facts. What are we sitting here about this recruiting class right now? If it's Dalen McCutcheon, Cooper Perry, Elijah Burris, and Jerome Bettis Jr., we have a whole different conversation about what this recruring class looked like.
The Derek Meadows situation could have been done. You could have moved on before official visits. Way before that. Like, oh, we're done. We're going after these kids.
Recruiting him, know where you truly are with him, and make sure that you have other guys that you're making a push for. And don't keep leaking out to media people, he's our top guy, we love him. No, you screwed yourself. You played yourself at that point in time. So then you wonder why Dylan Robinson's like, nah, maybe I'm not feeling Notre Dame as much because I'm not even their top guy.
Thank you. How about
like Tanook Hines is another one. After he went to USC, I started hearing this, well, he's not really fit here. I'm like, how did you not know that before? Why did it take until he's leaning to USC to now all of a sudden your story's changing? You should have known that beforehand.
Man.
I think that was something that really bothered me about again, that doesn't discount the great things that Chad did during his tenure at Notre Dame. I'm not in this retroactive, let's go. I'm saying we said this when he was still here.
No, we're speaking about this position.
But we spoke about the issues we had with the receiver recruiting when Ryan still worked for me. And it was an evaluation thing. And there's a disconnect between what the coaches want at this position and what the recruiting staff wants. And there were too many times where the recruiting staff just kind of did their own thing at that position. And the coaching staff, like I told you before, you and I talked about this, not everybody believes they're in as good a position with Tanook Hines as we're being led to believe.
Mm-hmm.
And you started to see some of that stuff. And I fell victim to some of that because the people I talked to had been so spot on with me in the past. I think there were some mistakes at that position last year. Now it's up to Mike Brown and the recruiting staff to fix that because you shouldn't be in a position where, and also Marcus Freeman, is now that you got a new operation, it needs to be very clear. Coaching staff, you need to trust the recruiting staff. Recruiting staff, you need to trust the coaching staff. You need to work together. You need to give everybody an opportunity to pound on the table for their guy and have that trust, right? But at the end of the day, the decision has to be made. Ultimately, who has the final say? It's the guys that Marcus Freeman has called the head coaches of the room. That's ultimately where it needs to be had. Now, if you have a situation where you have a position coach who just won't listen to recruiting staff, that's when you got to get the head coach involved or the OC or the DC involved. That's fair. But that's not what we were seeing last year. So this position has to get fixed in that regard on offense. That means Mike Brown needs to take more ownership of recruiting, but it also means this new recruiting staff, once they get going, needs to really hammer out that position. And so, again, we're not saying recruiting is fine at receiver. We're not saying it's bad at receiver. We're saying it's too early to be too freaked out about that.
And I think the offers at wide receiver, I can speak to a local kid. I mean, the number one offensive player in the state of Illinois in 2026 is someone that was at the Irish Invasion that Brian watched and liked. And Notre Dame flat out told him, like, we like you, but we want to see this moving forward. And he went out last year and just dominated.
Is that rankings?
Everybody. Not say a ranking, just dominated everybody. And you see the offers that they're piling up. They're piling up. But Notre Dame is in a position where I think they know that if they full court press them, it's a good chance that they would be really high on this list. But if they want to watch the summer circuit, they want to hear some feedback from camps and get his speed times and all of that type of stuff because he's coming out of basketball season, then that's fine. But that goes back to evaluation, knowing where you sit with kids, knowing how to properly allocate resources and time, because it's vitally important. When you can be building with another kid and making them feel like a priority, and you're wasting it on another young man that really doesn't feel like, yeah, Naeem Burrows, and honestly, would have been, you would have had to make a decision to jump off at some point, even if he didn't commit to Clemson. If you're doing your due diligence, you make a decision like, do we forego landing this kid that we know we can get right now, and he's really good, to hang in with this kid knowing.
And that's the struggle, Sean, because if you take too many kids who maybe aren't elite, but they're good and you can get them now you're Brian Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
There's that balancing act that you have to go through. But my thing is, when you've got nobody in the class, you sometimes say, hey, we're going to start the class off with that type of guy. I do think the fact that they do have Dylan Faison in the class does give them some saying we don't have to panic and take another good player that's not a great player.
That's not a great player.
Like we've got a lot of that. We've got Elijah Burst, really good football player, not an elite guy. Scrap Richards, I was on the Elijah Burst train before anybody, except Mike Brown in Notre Dame. But I was telling people, guys, this kid can play. And trust me, I'm not prone to defend Elijah Burst because he's Plex's kid. He was our rival in high school. They beat us as my freshman year. We beat them as, you know what I mean? Like, I dislike everything about Green Run, and that's where he went to. You know, it's just that rivalry thing. It's like, you know, you're getting a transfer, you're at Ohio State, and you're getting a portal kid from Michigan. Like, how you going to feel about that? You know, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
But the facts were that you could just see the film and say, yeah, I know the production wasn't there, but I like this kid. And then you saw a senior year, he goes, blows up as a senior. You know, you could see that. But, like, really good player, I don't see him being Will Fuller, Michael Floyd, Chase Claypool. I like Scrap Richardson. Long way to go there, but I don't see him being Will Fuller, Michael Floyd, Golden Tate. You know, Jerome Bettis is a senior, but he's not. No. He's a guy that maybe can be a Jaden Thomas type. I don't see, oh my God, he's now going to be Michael Floyd. That's what they're missing, and that's what their focus is on right now. Is they're looking for game changers. And in order to find sometimes you got to wait a little bit for that type of guy. But because you have Dylan Faison in the class and you got the three guys you got last year, I don't feel a need to panic right now about this. Now, you get into end of April and you've missed on him, you've missed someone, you've missed on Braden Robinson, you've missed on Kadon Finley, you've missed on – now then you start, okay, now it's a little bit time to be a little bit nervous and a little bit worried. But it's just not now. That's my takeaway, Sean. It's just not now.
And I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be fair to Chad, man, because bringing in a new coach coming off of what transpired with the previous positional coach, he might have just been trying to fill a void.
Because he had to under the previous.
Because he had to. Right. I'm being totally fair. Right. He had to. Right. He made some decisions that
I think he would.
In hindsight, he would probably admit.
Okay, can I be honest?
Yeah.
Without revealing too much, I'm confident that their view, the view that he and some others have now about Dalen McCutcheon is the same one we have. And what was the reason for that? We were looking for speed. We were so focused on looking for speed that we kind of lost our way of got to find football players. Fair. They'll admit that. They have admitted that to me. But that doesn't change the fact that that was a mistake that cost you that football player. Same with Cooper Perry. And so that's a good point, Sean, because he kind of had to carry the load because of what happened before.
Just in being fair. You know, and sometimes, you know, because of that, you know, every decision isn't going to be right. You know, but that just goes to show that, you know, it was collaborative, and like this is the first time where you feel like, especially now, because of things and the way they went now, Coach Brown has to be aggressive. Even more aggressive, right? Where he might have came in and said, okay, I don't want to buck the system. Let me kind of depend. Chad is doing this, doing that. He might have yielded to certain things, that he might not have wanted to. You brought up the Meadows instance. That's fine. Right now, there's really nobody to. I mean, Mike Martin is there. Mike Martin is growing. Carter Allman is growing, but now he can bang the table like, yo.
Let's just say something about Carter Allman real quick. There's a reason Notre Dame offered him a pretty big pay raise and not go run Wisconsin's recruiting operation. And first of all, there's a reason Wisconsin wanted him, number one. Mm-hmm. People forget that a year ago. They tried to poach him to run their recruiting operation, and Notre Dame ponied up. There's a reason that they did that for a kid who's like underneath somebody else who's underneath somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Because they saw this kid's going to be a star. At the end of the day, if Carter ends up becoming your next Chad Bowden, maybe it could be that. The lessons still have to be learned. You can't put it all on them. The coaches also have to be more involved than some of them have been. That's where I'm coming from. And it worked with Notre Dame and Chad the way it did for the most part. But like the Deuce Knight thing, there were some people in the football room that wanted to move on a little bit sooner. The recruiting operation said, hey, that's fine. We're where you are, but there's no need to move on right now because he hasn't flipped yet. And there's nobody out there that we're going to have to flip somebody anyway. So let's let this process. And that's when the recruiting operation needs to step in and say, hey, listen, this is why strategically it makes sense to do this way, where coaches are just looking at the players. They're not thinking strategy. Yeah. And that's where you need to rely on the recruiting operation in that type of situation. But there's other times, like we're talking about, where it's like you've got to have – and I think that created some – I've been told by a few different sources that created some angst in the recruiting operation between certain people saying we're going to do this and coaches doing this. And I don't think the recruiting guy necessarily loved when Marcus Freeman sided with the coaches, and maybe the coaches didn't like it when he would side with Chad, but that's what the head coach has got to do. It's like you got to make the right decision. But
comes with the territory.
There needs to be a very clear process of this is how it's going to work. And this is your expectations as a coach. This is your expectation for recruiting people. This is how the communication works. And this is how decisions get made. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what a recruiting guy thinks. If Mike Brown doesn't want to coach him, or if Mike Denberg doesn't want to coach him, you don't take him. And that includes if the guy is a guy that you and I think should be at Notre Dame. We've said this before. Like, there are certain guys where, I think they made the wrong choice not to take this guy. Yeah. But if the coach doesn't want to coach him, then you shouldn't take the kid, because that kid's never going to get a fair shot. That's just the reality. Sad reality of coaching. But anyway, so that's kind of where we're at. Here's what Notre Dame needs to do to fix this. Number one is the coaches need to be picking up some of the slack right now. You're down 2 recruiting people, Chad's gone. You replace him with Mike Martin. Caleb Davis is gone, and there's another position they're already trying to fill. You haven't filled those guys yet. Carter Allman's promotion was going to happen anyway. He had already been performing the role that he got promoted to for a while. So it doesn't actually change anything practically. Like, he's not all of a sudden now becoming an ace recruiter. You talk to high school recruits, on to your point, his role has not changed at all. It's title and his check account probably has changed a little bit. But his role hasn't changed. So you're down 2 people right now that haven't been replaced. So coaches got to step up in the meantime and fill that void big time. Number one. Number 2, Mike Martin is going to have to work quickly, just real quickly. I mean, you don't have 3-4 months before the draft to do all your evaluations. You got to do them now. You got to work real fast over this next week or 2, and they've already been doing it, to make sure that you're in a position to where, because look, these kids can only take so many visits in the spring. And I don't mean that legally. I mean, like, their parents can only afford to take them so many places, or they only have so many days on their schedule to go see you, especially if you're trying to have them in for a practice. Yeah. That has to get adjusted. So he's going to have to kind of get the ground running. Marcus Freeman is going to need a little bit of expediency to fill out these final 2 positions. You have to balance getting the right guy with doing it as quickly as possible. That's his task. And you have to have a great March and April official visits. Now, the good news is people like Becca Seitz and some of the people that kind of run the on-campus stuff, they're still around, and they are the ones that did a lot of that legwork to make those on-campus visits go awesome. Carter had a pretty key role in that. The final thing to me, Sean, is Marcus Freeman is going to have to really step into the void for these next couple weeks and be on the phone a lot before practice starts with some of these top recruits and use his star power a little bit more. If I'm him, I heard what Chad said, and I'm pissed. Lincoln Riley's the best guy. Okay, all right. I want to see him say, okay, this is how you want to roll. Because I'll be honest, I haven't heard as much from recruits about Marcus Freeman's direct contact with them in this cycle as I did before. It's somewhat understandable because they had the one junior day visit and then a dead period. But you can still talk to kids during that period. That's something that I'm curious to see. That's the final piece to me, is that's still your biggest selling point, is that right there, Marcus Freeman. It's him. He's going to have to really pick up the slack these next month or two, I would say.
He's needed most for the top kids. That's when he needs to be present. He needs the most. Let me tell you something. I shared this with you. When the period opened up, he went to North Carolina to see Ebenezer at Awada. He turned back around the very next week and went and saw him again. Right. Because Al Golden
that's got to be followed up with
now. It is. Right, it is. It is. And see, that is what you're talking about. That's just an example of what you're talking about, where that effort, and kids want to hear from him.
You've talked to that staff, right?
Yes.
What do they keep telling you? There's two people that are heavily involved with Ebenezer right now. And it's not anyone from the recruiting staff. That doesn't mean that they're not going to be. It's Marcus and Al.
Yes.
It's got to be that way. Then you add Mike Martin into it. Then you add Carter into it.
Yes.
But that's the thing, Sean, is I'm not hearing that with enough big name kids right now. And that's going to have to get ramped up a little bit.
Now, Brian Williams,
he helps kind of bridge that gap between some of these other guys that are coming along. Go ahead.
This is something else. And this is just, Brian Williams Jr., the kid, 3-star they offered wide receiver. He already had 5 spring visits locked in. I think it was Vandy, Wisconsin, Michigan, and I forget the other 2 schools.
Same thing with that corner that Mike was offered before I went.
So now the challenge is, like you said, they only get so many visits. Like, parents are driving them up, coaches are driving them up, depending on the situation. Now he has to find a weekend. It's probably going to be the same weekend or same time as Wisconsin, where he goes to Wisconsin, where, okay, now I can get down to Notre Dame as well, because he wants to come up for a spring visit. So
they got a little bit of ace in the hole with that one, though.
Yeah, they do. They do.
I mean, his quarterback kind of likes Notre Dame a little bit. For those who don't know, Noah Grubbs is a starting quarterback.
So, that within itself, and then that's now you get to see the impact of Noah Grubbs.
Right.
That's going to come on some of these visits as well. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And who he knows. I'll give you a tidbit. A kid that's coming up, I think he switched it to the 21st. Trey Taylor, 27 quarterback, local kid. He went down there to
the practice schedule. He was going to come the 18th, but then they moved the start to the 19th, and so he couldn't. He already had somebody on the 19th or something like that. Yeah.
So he is. He went to that camp down in Miami. He was talking, dude. He built relationships with 2 26 wide receivers at that camp that are high on Notre Dame. And they were having open conversations. He's a 27 quarterback. See, this is that quarterback-wide receiver relationship that is so key in recruiting wide receivers, man. That's who they talk to when they're in these camps, when they see each other, when they're playing games, Call of Duty and all of the other stuff. It's that quarterback-wide receiver. Notre Dame is trying to build that. They're trying to get guys in that have those relationships with guys, and wide receivers want to play with those guys. And we'll see the Noah Grubbs impact. Hopefully we'll see, Trey Taylor comes up. He already has a top 5. We'll see if Notre Dame shoots to the top of that list after the visit coming up here in March. All of that plays a part. He's a 27 kid having conversations with 26 kids and pretty much saying like, yeah,
that's how CJ was.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, people don't realize how much of a role CJ had on the 23 recruiting class. Great House and Braylon James and all those guys. That's why I sometimes forget that CJ was a freshman this year.
Yeah.
Because he's been involved in recruiting for so long at Notre Dame. It's kind of wild. But those are the things that Notre Dame is going to need to do, Sean, to kind of get this thing going. So what are we trying to say here? A, recruiting has become a little stagnant because of certain circumstances. That's a fact. B, it doesn't mean that this is how recruiting is going to go. And C, for it to get back on track, the recruiting operations got to get going, but the Notre Dame coaches are also going to have to pick up a lot of the slack. And I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying that's what's got to happen moving forward. They're going to have to really grind, and the test is not where things are on March 10th. The test is going to be where are things when we get to May 1st. That's when we'll sit back and reevaluate where's the board. That's when we're going to say, this is a little concerning, or see, this is why March 10th was too early to panic about these things. But what you do from here until then will determine that, Sean. This isn't just sit back and relax and just hope it works out for you. You guys, as a staff, this is where you put in the work. And I'm very curious to see what kind of impact Mike Martin is going to make from a revaluation thing. Because the other thing, too, is a lot of these kids are going to be getting reoffered by Notre Dame, and there's going to be some of that push where he's going to be on the phone and saying, hey, look, here's where we're at. And, we liked you before, but, I just don't know that you fit. I mean, there's going to be some kids that are going to get calls they don't like with the new staff and, with the new recruiting operation. I don't think that's going to be most of them. I think a lot of it's going to be reofferings of kids that they were on. That presents Notre Dame an opportunity once they start taking advantage of it. Is once Mike Martin gets involved, it's almost like a new thing for you. Even though you've been talking to Notre Dame for a while, it's almost like a new thing now because of who's after you. So how they play that, Sean, and I'm curious to see if they do the pot of gold thing and how that goes. Like, I'm very curious to see, like my one question about Mike Martin, and this is the final thing for me, is how you pursue talent at the NFL level is very different from how you pursue talent at the college level. And I know that there's now money involved here, but these are still 17 and 18-year-olds who are very who are still persuaded by the show, right? Because, let's be honest, in the NFL, you're a top quarterback or you're a top left tackle, and this team brings you in and they roll out the red carpet, man. You get off the private jet and they literally have a red carpet and they got cheerleaders dancing for you do this, and you're, man, this is first class. All right, cool. And then you go to this other place and it's much more business-like, and it's like, and then at the end of the day, the team that did all the recruiting jazz says, we're going to give you a 4-year contract for $65 million. Yeah. We're going to give you 35 of that guaranteed. And the other group says, we're going to give you the business-like, no cheerleaders, no red carpet. So we're going to give you a 4-year contract for $80 million, and 60 of it's going to be guaranteed. Where's that guy going to sign? In college, it's not that kind of money yet. It's still a situation where the presentation matters a whole lot more than it does at the NFL level. It does. It still matters a lot more. That's what I'm curious to see how that gets blended in his approach. The pot of gold stuff, Sean, works. Absolutely. It works. Doesn't matter to an NFL guy. You can send him all the stuff you want. It's still going to be, okay, what's your offer? Yeah. And how much am I going to play? That's it. It's what's your offer. And high school kids, it's still a very different deal. So that's what I'm curious to see how that goes. I'm not saying it's going to be good or bad. This is the transition that he's making from that level to this level. How do they do the show under Mike Martin? Like Chad did the show really well. And I know some of the things he did made some people a little uncomfortable, but it worked. Yeah. It freaking worked. You can get all mad all you want about the boom box. That stuff worked. The Secret Service things that worked for kids. And that stuff, I mean, you may not, I don't think that meant like the difference between like winning and losing a top recruit, but like that type of stuff matters to kids to some degree.
It is customization,
right,
and creativity.
Right.
And Carter Allman, I'm sure, has his own way of creativity, but what we're talking about, that works. Owning March 17th in recruiting, that works. Like, work off of that and then create from your own creativity. Mike Martin, the thing, look, it's different, but what isn't different is evaluation. And being able to look. And for him to come in, this is lets you know he understands, he understood the assignment. I don't care anything about these recruiting websites. I don't care nothing about 4 or 5 stars, 3 stars. Like, we're going to find the best players and we're going to go after the best players. And we say that all the time at Notre Dame. That's what sets Notre Dame apart. That's what sets them apart. You can't recruit like it's different at Notre Dame. That's why he talked about fit. He understands. He understands where he's going. He understands where he's at. You can only, you worry about where your feet are. Wherever your feet are planted, you worried about that. Worry about that. He understands where he's at and where his feet are planted and what it takes. Now can he go out and execute? And so the pairing with him, the rest of the staff, Carter Allman, we hope they keep the pot of gold in place and then allow their own. They don't have to do what Chad did.
Right.
If you have something that's better, improve.
It's got to be genuine. When Chad did all that stuff, it worked because that's who Chad is.
That's who he is.
It was genuine. It wasn't forced. It wasn't, it was like
he's on Zoom calls singing the alma mater with recruits.
Yes.
Like that's him.
Who he is. And it works. If I tried that, it wouldn't have worked because I wouldn't have been. That's not how I recruited. Like when I was recruiting, we did the jersey thing. We made it look good, but I wasn't gonna roll out a red carpet for a high school recruit. I don't care. I wasn't gonna do that. I wasn't gonna do that. Even though I was in Notre Dame, I wouldn't do some of that stuff.
Yeah,
because that's not who I am. It would have been. It would have come across as fake. Like if I tried to dress like Marcus Freeman, you'd be like, man, you should not be wearing clothes like that. You're a 46-year-old. Chunky fella, you can't be wearing. It's not me. I'd have been like pulling in my pants. Like these pants are way too high. I need. Sean, we're from a generation, man. Like my ankles aren't gonna be showing when I got pants on. That's the whole point of pants. Some of these younger cats in their 30s, they're okay wearing the pants that like look like male capris. But it's like it's who you are. The whole thing has to be who you are. Mike Martin does not need to be Chad Bowden. Chad Bowden doesn't need to be Mike Martin. You got to be you, but you have to understand that the presentation matters. And I'm very curious to see what that's going to look like under this new leadership. It's going to, it's like we talked about in the defensive thing, Sean. It's not good. It's not bad. It's unknown. And I'm curious to see how it's going to be. And we're going to find out these next 2 months how much of a learning curve that Mike Martin has. And I'm going to tell you this right now, though. I am not going to be blaming Mike Martin if recruiting doesn't go well the next 2 months. Because if you're asking a guy from the NFL to come in and carry the load the way that Chad did, and you're not doing your job as the head coach, the coordinators, the position coaches, and all that, that's on you. You should pick up the slack until he's ready to take the thing over full go. Because you can't miss this opportunity to capitalize on the 2024 season, Sean. You can't. You can't. And that would be the thing where I'll get upset. Is why did you ask him to be Chad right away? And I don't mean Chad in stylist. I mean effectiveness. The how much he's relied upon to get players. That should not be his job right now. He should be about evaluations, and then coaches need to pick up the slack until his staff is A, complete, and B, until he's more comfortable with how the recruiting operation goes. If next spring things aren't going well, we're going to have a conversation about Mike Martin.
Now, one thing I would appreciate, I'm very interested in how he integrates. Because I would think the NFL is more high-paced than college from a scouting standpoint, right? Because there is always talk. They're always on the road. There is no downtime. And even when it is the off season, you are still scouting for the draft And as soon as the draft is over, you're headed out to campuses to watch practices like it never stops. And so now the setting of boards. This is we talk priority, allocating resources, the setting of boards, collaborative conversations, and saying, okay, even with the staff, the recruiting staff, this is how we're going to regionalize this, or this is how we're going to set this up to make us more efficient. Like he knows, he's been an area scout, he's been a lead scout, like all of those experiences and things that he can bring in to help the recruiting department, to help Carter Allman kind of turn that thing into a higher level or take it to another level than what it's been. I think it's going to be interesting to watch because this model of college football is trending towards very much an NFL model in a lot of different ways. So, I'm sure he can learn a lot of things from Carter as well. I think he'll lean on Carter and ask, like, yo, the pot of gold, what do you think we should continue that? Is that something that Carter's like, yo, yeah, we got
to
it
your
rolling.
point, Sean, the evaluation thing should be an easy transition for him. The hard part is going to be the selling part and how that, like when you're evaluating in the NFL, it's just the evaluation. You spend the whole football season just evaluating, putting the board together. And then once that's done, then you're bringing guys in for visits and you're doing the combine and doing all that. The thing that he'll have to learn and adjust to is that the recruiting goes just as long as the evaluation. There's no evaluate. Okay, now let's go get our guys.
Make a decision, right?
That stuff's all happening. You're evaluating the player as the way you're evaluating the other stuff, and then you're doing the sales pitch all at the same time. It all works together, and that's going to be the transition part. But to your point, I mean, yes, you're working on this year's draft board, but part of your scouting operation is working on next year's draft.
Next year's draft already, yeah.
Like your regional scouts have already done their job. I mean, now they're moving forward.
And we've seen a flow of 27 offers going out.
Right.
Maybe
we've seen more of those. Maybe not offers, but we've seen more 27 kids scheduling spring visits than 26 kids.
That is
and
well.
That's good, but you can't pass on 26 to –
No.
You can't say, well,
I don't think that'll happen. No.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying you can't. But – you're seeing the early jump on the evaluation of 2027.
Yeah.
But that's the easy part because that's way down the road. The hard part is going to be the new evaluations and then getting the relationships built with the 24-6 kids. And that's where I say the staff has to be leaned on even more.
And you know what? I think this is just to even it out. If he's smart as I think he is, I think he comes in and he sits down with all the position coaches and coordinators and said, hey, what's your board?
Yeah.
You show me your guys.
Who are your top guys?
Who are your top guys?
Yeah. Who are your
now I'm going to help you. That's my first job.
Right.
Help you with your guys. And then I'll have time to go ahead, evaluate, and add to that.
And when you say help, I do think there needs to be a level of evaluation. He needs to make sure he's giving his eyes to those guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Well.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure he is.
First, he needs to watch their guys.
Right.
And say, okay, this is where you have this guy slotted. Man, I actually think
and
this
you
guy.
learn about those coaches too, Sean. Like, tell me what you like about this kid. What does he add to the table?
Yeah.
And like, this guy thinks that guy's fast. Okay, we have an evaluation disagreement here. And I tend to have more with that guy than with that guy. Yeah. And there's coaches on the staff, man, where you're going to watch kid play. Like, I spent 2 years at Christopher Newport as a recruiting coordinator. And one of the coaches on our staff, he was the DB coach and our special teams coordinator. He's now the special teams coach at Penn State, Justin Ludwig. And, I mean, we put together 75, 80% of our recruiting class because we did more regional stuff and positions back then. But part of the reason Justin and I work so well together is because we spent very little time on evaluations with each other because we would say, okay, what do you think of this kid? And we're like, yep, we're on the same page, right? I mean, we've had very little – disagreement. We were looking for a lot of same things. We were both good evaluators.
Yeah.
Where the other coaches is like, man, dude, it's like pulling teeth trying to get him to understand. Yeah, I know this kid's a great high school player, but he's 5'10", 215 pounds. He can't play here. You know what I mean? Like he can help us beat Averett and Ferrum, but he's not going to help us beat Mount Union. He's going to get slaughtered against them, right? I mean, but he still was like that old school. mean, you got to deal. You got to know. Okay, me and Justin. If Justin thinks, and over time, when Justin would say, "Hey, I like a kid," like, all right, cool. All right, I'll start recruiting him. You know what I mean? Or I'll have Wendell get on him right away, because if you think he can play, I may think he's here. You think he's there, but he can play. And then, but with other guys, it's like, oh, you like a guy, huh? Okay, give me the film. No, not the huddle. Give me the highlights. Give me the game film. You know what I mean? Like, and you kind of had to look over you had to check his work a little bit more, maybe but that's okay. But you got to find out who those guys are. Like, you got to say, okay, this guy and me, he and I are going to have I'm going to have to make sure, I check his work a lot more. Where when Mike Mickens says this corner can play, you're like, cool, coach, we'll go get him. You know what I mean? Like, you've earned that trust with me. Other position coaches, you're like, show me your work. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, that's just, but you got to learn that, Sean, over time. And it's okay. That's always going to be the case everywhere you're ever going to be. But you got to know that. You got to learn that first. And that's part of the challenge that Mike Martin's going through right now, is also learning the Notre Dame staff and their evaluation abilities. Who can you give good feedback to and who can't you? How do you give feedback to certain coaches? It's like, look, coaches have egos. And if they make an evaluation, you're going to try to come in and say, no, that's wrong. You better find the right way to do that to that particular coach.
Yeah.
And so there's just a lot that he's got to kind of work through. And, it's the learning process. So, but they got to get going, Sean. They can't, they got it. That's the thing is, I'm not worried on March 10th.
Yeah.
Let's get to May 1st, and then let's see how things go. And, I kind of, like, you lose Will Shipley, and that sucks, and that was a big loss. It's what do you do next? Well, you ended up getting Logan Diggs and Aldrich Estimate. You ended up working out okay.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you lost Connor Smallman. That's a big loss. There's no denying that's a huge loss. And you were in a great position with him. Okay, so what are you going to finish with? That's what's going to matter. It's not who you lost, it's who you ended with. And that's what we need to see from the staff. I mean, there's some guys they missed on before they made a move on Jaden Greathouse. And boy, am I glad they missed on those guys and moved on to Jaden Greathouse. You know what I mean? Like, that's where we're at. And that's going to be the key for Mike Brown moving forward is, okay, yeah, losing Connor Solomon sucked, but you can still be okay, but you better get those guys. Right? And the reality is let's say you go get Brian Williams. He's got a lot of tools, very raw player. He's not Connor Solomon, so don't try to tell us he is. You better find somebody else that adds that skill set that you were hoping to get from him to your roster. And that's going to be the key for the staff moving forward. So we're going to finish up with some college football talk next, Sean. But before we do, folks, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. And, of course, as always, sign up for the message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, Sean, I want to finish this thing up with a little bit of talk about a college football team. And we're going to have some fun with some various topics in this college football section moving forward on these Monday shows. But a team that very much intrigues me and I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to get your thoughts on them, is Clemson. And I asked you a question in the Friday mailbag, and I think you nailed it. I said, who benefited most from this ACC settlement? Was it the league or was it Florida State and Clemson? And you said, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And basically it was like, I felt like you were saying kind of both of them. One, depending on what you're looking to get out of it, right? So Clemson and Florida State, especially Florida State's probably thinking they got a big W out of it. And the ACC is probably thinking they got a big W out of it. Some people think the ACC is done, and some people say that Florida State, whatever. It's like they both got out of it what they wanted now. And so when I look at the situation, I think that this deal impacts Clemson differently than it does Florida State. I think Clemson's a program that has pretty decent money from a booster standpoint. What they're lacking, in my opinion, is more so looking at it from the standpoint of getting that bump in revenue, potential bump in revenue that doesn't mean, okay, now we can compete, but it's more so about looking at it from, and it's funny, even in chat, like Andrew said, definitely Florida State and Clemson, they got the granted rights back and now a descending buyout. But here's the thing, Andrew, this is where I think you're missing the boat. It's the ACC didn't have to do that. The ACC says what we've done is we've given ourselves 5 more years, and if those teams are out, they still have to pay $100 million, I believe, is that still that final buyout. So they still get to keep them in the league for the next 5 years and go through this process of making some moves to strengthen the league to the point where if they, like, here's the thing, if Florida State walks, the ACC is not going to care that much if they can make some other moves in the meantime. Clemson, I don't think they want to lose. I don't think they're necessarily upset if the two Florida schools leave. So it's more about keeping your traditional ACC teams intact. It's more so about strengthening your overall product to allow yourself to be more enticing to go expand on your own or to make your league stronger. So what they've done is they've bought themselves some time, because here's the reality of it is Florida State was going to get out of the league at some way, shape, form, or fashion, to the point where if they lost in court, they were simply, I believe, that what they simply would have done is gone and gotten some private equity type of loan to then get the buyout they needed to get out, assuming they lost in court. There's also a chance that they could have won in court, because as we've seen, a lot of judges rule in ways that you're like, yeah, that's not what the law says, but you're going with your emotion. And that's why the NCAA loses every single time. There's times recently where I've seen the NCAA, I'm like, the NCAA has standing here. They have the right argument, but the courts go against them just because now the cool thing to do if you're a judge is to go against the NCAA. And I'm for the players and all this other bull crap that's not really pro player. And so my point is the ACC basically it guaranteed that Florida State will be in the league through, I think it's 2030, I think is what they said. Now, the thing, well, what's going on is that's when the SEC or some other contract is coming up. And like the ACC didn't know that. Of course the ACC knew that. But what they've done is now for at least the next couple of years, they don't have to keep fighting in court and spending $1 million in court fighting the Florida State and Clemson, and then other teams get into it. And now you're out all this money and you may lose anyway. Now you've got 5 years to get your league going. And if those teams do leave, they're still paying you 9 figures. And so I think both sides got what they wanted out of the deal. Sometimes there's winners and losers. Sometimes there's just winners and sometimes there's just losers. And in my opinion, I think, and this is an instance where you could argue that they're both winners. You could also argue that they're both losers in this case. But the team that I think benefited from this is Clemson. Clemson didn't want out of the ACC. They wanted to be in the ACC, but they also knew that the ACC in its current form was not going to benefit them financially. Clemson, I think, is the big winner of this deal because, in my view, Clemson gets what they want. I think Clemson got just about everything they wanted. I think they'd like more money, but they get more than what they have now. Are they going to make as much as the SEC and the Big Ten? No, of course not. It wasn't a given that they were going to be able to get into those leagues anyway. It's not a given that South Carolina would have allowed Clemson into the SEC because they have the right to trump because they're in the same state. That's the rules of the SEC when it comes to expansion. We heard about this when Texas was getting into the league, that A&M had the right to basically stop Texas from getting into the league if they so chose. So it's not a given that the SEC would even want Clemson and Florida State. I'm pretty confident from things I've heard that they didn't want Florida State. And the Big Ten doesn't want Florida State. So I think Florida State played a hand that wasn't as strong as they thought it was. And I think there's a lot of issues at Florida State that go beyond it. I think Clemson has a pretty solid foundation, but the gap was widening way too fast for Clemson to be able to keep up. So I think what this deal does is this allows Clemson to close the gap a little bit more, kind of like what we talk about with Notre Dame. Notre Dame doesn't need the same TV revenue that the Big Ten and SEC schools get. They don't need that. But they also can't be at 20 and they're at 80. That's not where it was, but you get the point, right? They can't be at 32 or 33 and those schools are at 80. They needed to get to 50. They didn't need to get to 80. If you get to 80, that's phenomenal, but you don't need to get to 80 to really make a big impact because you've got a strong foundation in some other areas. And so when I look at this, and the reason I think that Clemson is the one team, I think the ACC won some things and lost some things. I think Florida State won some things and lost some things. The team that I think was the big winner, just flat out big winner, is Clemson. Because what a lot of people don't understand is I believe fully that Clemson wants to stay in the ACC. That's why their lawsuit was different than Florida State's. And I think Clemson took a much savvier line of argument than what Florida State did. And I think it's Clemson is the one that got the ACC to settle more so than Florida State, even though all the attention has been on Florida State. Because I think ultimately Clemson wants to stay in the ACC. I don't think Clemson wants to go to the Big Ten. I don't think they want to go to the SEC. I think they want to be in the ACC, but they also can't continue to be in a league where there's that much of a gap and there's no hope for it changing. Now it changes. Now they have a chance to earn a lot more money by A, getting to the playoff. That gives them more money. B, if their TV revenue is what it's going to be, and Clemson's always going to be in the top 2 or 3 in the ACC, I believe, in TV market and things along those lines. That gets them more money. Now they have more to work with. And so that's where kind of this conversation came from. And Sean's going to try to be back soon. His internet dropped out. So he's going to try to get back. We'll see if he's going to be able to get back here. But, you know, we'll kind of see. But anyway, so I'm going to kind of share with my opinions on what I wanted to talk about this. Because I think this move is something else that's just another sort of notch in the belt for Clemson on their way to climbing back into national championship contention. Because the reality is Clemson was a national title contender in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. I don't think they were a contender in 2020. Yes, they made the playoffs, but they were much closer to Notre Dame than they were to Alabama or Ohio State that year. They weren't a real contender. They were much more, they had a lot more in common with Michigan State, Washington, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, teams like that had gotten in that weren't real contenders. That 2020 team outside of Trevor Lawrence. And so what Clemson does now is Clemson kind of bottomed out after 19 for a top program, and had some rough times. I think Dabo made some mistakes hiring. I think Dabo made some mistakes recruiting. I think they went away from some things that worked for them, and it hurt the program in a big way. What I think we've seen the last 2 years is Dabo adjusting in a way that I don't think he was comfortable adjusting previously. Because I think Dabo felt like, hey, we're fine. Our model's fine. It worked for 2 titles. We just got to do a little better job here and there. And what I think Coach Sweeney has learned over the last year is that the model's good, but just because your model's good doesn't mean it doesn't need to evolve to a degree. You don't change who you are, but it doesn't mean you don't evolve to a certain degree. So when I look at Clemson and some of the changes we've seen, obviously I think Coach Sweeney understood that some of the hires he made were not good enough. In some instances, I think Coach Sweeney understood that, hey, I'm trying to keep too much control in this area. I need to let this guy kind of be more in control. I think we're seeing that on offense. I think that he understood that they weren't getting the most out of the talent they had on defense, and that's why you saw the move to get rid of Wes Goodwin there. And then to kind of swing for the fences and bring in Tom Allen. Getting Matt Luke to coach your offensive line this last year, I think, was a big hire, and he's going into, I think, year 2 or year 3 at Clemson now. You're going to start to see that pay off. But the other thing, too, is I think Clemson's recruiting has gotten better in the last couple of years as well. And it's not going to be something that necessarily gets reflected in the recruiting rankings. And that's exactly why I would argue that you're seeing them be better, because what Clemson did such a great job of when things were really rolling is they got their fair share of big-time players. I mean, they got their fair share of 5-star kids and top 100 kids and all those type of things. But they were also great at evaluating, and they would find the 3-star under-the-radar kids all over the place. And you're seeing them do the same thing in this last couple classes, in my opinion. They're still getting some top-ranked guys, but a lot of their success is coming through better evaluations and finding more kids that maybe aren't those elite players. So like at receiver, Clemson was always getting highly ranked guys. Going all the way back to oh my gosh, I'm drawing a complete blank on Sammy Watkins. That's who it was. They got plenty of big time guys, but they'd find those linebackers, those DBs, and those other positions where they just get those sleeper kids, like Isaiah Simmons, that kind of guy. Just really being able to go out there and just find some of those top players. And what we're seeing right now with Clemson these last couple of years is, receiver, they landed some big time players. They got TJ Moore a couple of years ago, Bryant Wesco. Those were both big pickups. They've landed plenty of highly ranked kids, but then they've also found some of those under the radar kids that maybe weren't ranked as high that have a lot of potential to come in and be really good football players. We're seeing that more define their classes the last couple of years. That blend of the big time players with some of those guys that you really like their upside and like their production. They were finally able to go get a big time running back last year, which was a huge position of need. And so I look at Clemson and I see them kind of getting back to where they were before and starting to have more success when it comes to building their roster the way that coach did it when they were winning. Now, quarterback is still a question mark because that's the one thing that I think losing Blake Hebert last year to Notre Dame put a bit of a damper on things a little bit. I think they got a good quarterback in the 24 class. Or was it the 23? The 23 class. They got a good quarterback in the 23 class in Chris Vizina, right? Am I correct on the years here? Chris Vizina was a 23 kid, right? Yes, they got him in the 23 class. 24 class, they didn't get a quarterback. And then in the 25 class, they didn't get a quarterback. Or they got a quarterback, but they got a kid late. Solid prospects, got some tools, but so now you're moving forward. You're losing Cade Klubnik after the season. Quarterback is going to be an interesting situation for them because that is the last position where I don't think the recruiting has gotten back to where it was before. I think their offensive line recruiting is picked way up. Their receiver recruiting is back on track. They got the TJ Moore, Bryant Wesco last year. They did really well at running back last year with Gideon Davidson. The 25 class also landed some good receivers that I think add good depth to the equation. But now, 2 years later, kind of getting some separation, you go out and get Naeem Burrows, you go out and get Connor Solomon. These are really good football players. Really good football players. But you've got two quarterbacks that, got some ability, Tate Reynolds, Brock Bradley, but are they kind of the needle movers? I don't know. We'll have to see. They're loading up on offense right now. Defense, they're going to have to get some guys. But the two guys they got, two really good DBs that are from out of their region. So if they get quarterback back on track, that's the thing that I think is the final step to them getting back to where they need to be. And I think the revenue increase is going to help them. I think coach being more willing to adjust his thinking to the way things were, to the way things are, and adapting the way things are in a way that still fits his culture. I think Marcus Freeman is having to do that as well. And that factors into this equation also. So I just think there's a lot of different things that are leading to and Andrew, I strongly disagree with the portal receiver thing. Clemson is loaded at wide receiver, and they're doing it through high school recruiting. You could maybe argue that a couple years ago, but I don't know how anyone could watch Clemson's freshman receivers and sophomore receivers this year and think that they got to go to the portal at wide receiver. I think you're way off base there. The other part too is what portal quarterback was going to play better this year than what Cade Klubnik was going to play that they would have had any shot at getting that would win. So but again, my point is they went through a period where he wasn't handling that well, and he's adjusted. And now he's realized, like, hey, look, we're going to still be Clemson. But instead of looking at these things as the death of our program, we're going to say we're going to use these things in a way that fits who we are, just like Notre Dame is doing. And I think you're going to see that a little bit more moving forward. And we saw that with the Will Help kid from Purdue. I think that helped them a lot this year. But he is always going to be a guy that believes in recruiting through high school, just like Notre Dame does. Now that he's a little bit more willing to adjust, like to embrace the portal to a degree, is going to help his program out quite a bit. But You saw it on the field this year too. You saw both things. You saw that Clemson is ascending back up with a very young team. But you also saw that Clemson's not there yet. I mean, look, let's be honest. They played, 5 good teams all year? And they went, 1-4 in against those 5 teams? They played Georgia this year, got blasted. They played, App State, NC State, Stanford, Florida State, Wake Forest, Virginia, all inferior teams until they played Louisville, got whooped by Louisville. Played Virginia Tech, played Pitt, played Citadel, all inferior teams, beat them all. Played South Carolina at home, got beat. Second home loss of the season, had a great win over SMU, and then they played Texas, and they battled against Texas, but they still were clearly the inferior team. So this is not a Clemson's back moment, but what I do believe is that the recruiting they've done the last 2 years, the adjustments in how he runs his operation the last 2 years has made a big impact on Clemson, has been able to stop the downward slide and start to trend it back up. And so I've got my eye on Clemson as a team that's had fallen, that's potentially ascending, but that's what is going to make this upcoming season so important for Clemson, because I'm curious what you guys all think of this. Number one is I want to know what you guys think. Do you see what I'm seeing, that Clemson has kind of halted their descent, and at the very least, you can say they've halted it and they're here? I think they're slightly better this past year than they were in the couple previous years. But what I also see is Clemson's on the verge of taking off again. But this season is super important to that, because you are going to lose some pretty important pieces after this year, even though you're still pretty young. Your receiving core is still going to be very young. You're going to lose some linemen potentially. You're going to lose your quarterback. You're going to lose some defensive players. I think they've recruited well for the most part. But I think Clemson right now, with the strong start they have in recruiting, they're a lot like Notre Dame. I said this earlier in the show. I think Clemson is a team that is taking the Notre Dame approach to recruiting, where we're going to push for kids to commit earlier maybe than they'd like, and then hope that we can hold on. We think we'll have a better shot with that than letting the process play out and trying to land kids late like they used to. They used to clean up close to signing day. They're not going to clean up that way anymore, because now cleaning up near signing day means you got to pay a lot of money, and I don't think Coach Sweeney ever wants to do that. And so they're taking the Notre Dame strategy in this regard, which is fill up early, hold on. So they're putting pressure on kids to commit sooner than they otherwise would have committed. We'll see how that works out for them. But a big reason to that working out is going to be what they do this season. And when you look at Clemson's schedule, they have a chance to make a big statement this year. And it's really it's built a lot like their title team schedules. And here's what they did when they had the title teams, right? They had those really big games against Louisville and Lamar Jackson. Well, they've had big games against Louisville the last 2 years. Last year you played them, you got beat. This year you play them at Louisville in November. It's going to be a huge game. I think Louisville's going to be really good. Rest of your league is okay. I think SMU at home is kind of like what Florida State was back in 15 and 16. Good team, but not an elite team. Athletic team, but not real physical. A team you should beat, but a team that you've got to kind of go play. Florida State's not what they were. Georgia Tech's a solid team. BC's okay. North Carolina's okay. Rest of your league's not great. But then in the bookends, you've got a really good South Carolina team, which they were. When Coach Sweeney was struggling with South Carolina, it was a lot of the Steve Spurrier era. And part of their ascent to the top was you started beating Florida State and started beating South Carolina. And you go but a lot of those years where Florida State or Clemson was like 11-2, 10-2, 11-3. 2 of those losses were almost always to Florida State and South Carolina. Well, now you got South Carolina's back to being good again. You've got that big game at the end of the year. So that's an SEC team that's going to be ranked in the last game of the year. This year it's on the road. But then at the beginning of the year, you're playing a really good SEC team in a home and home, a lot like they were doing back in 05 or 2015 and 16. And so when you look at some of those teams back then, they would have those games early in the year. You look at the 2016 team and starting the season off with Auburn, an SEC team. The 2018 team started the season off with a game at was actually second game of the year, but they played at Texas A&M. And the 2017 team, I believe, also played Texas A&M, or was it the 2019 team also played Texas A&M at home back when they first started their ascent back in 12 and 13. And during that period, they were playing Georgia a lot to begin the season. 2013 team was, to me, a lot of people talk about how the 15 team was the one that turned the corner. I actually think it was the 13 team. Now, they had the bad loss to South Carolina and Florida State, as I mentioned, but that team started to turn the corner. You had a win over Georgia that year. You had a win over Ohio State in a bowl game. And that, to me, started really getting them over the hump, starting to get some of those recruits. The 14 season, you get Deshaun Watson his freshman year. You get beat by Georgia, but you had a much closer game against Florida State. You beat South Carolina. You beat Oklahoma State in a bowl game, Oklahoma in a bowl game. And then 15, of course, they take off. But that's kind of where they were back then. In 15, they played Notre Dame at home. That was their tough non-conference game. So you look at their schedule this year, and you look at the impact that they could potentially have on this season schedule, which the LSU game and the opener. You get LSU at home, not a neutral site game, not a game in Atlanta, but a game at home, built similarly to those schedules back then. LSU is going to be a preseason top 10 team, a team that I think is a legit contender to finish in that top 3-4 of the SEC. If some things go right, maybe contend for the SEC, but certainly a team that's got a shot to contend for a playoff this year. Clemson gets a big win early. All of a sudden, you prove yourself, hey, we're legit. You're not the best of the ACC, but you're a power team. They should run the table the rest of the way until that Louisville game. They get Troy at home after LSU. So let's say they beat LSU. That's going to vault Clemson way up the rankings. And Clemson will probably start the season in the top 15, if not the top 10. They go beat LSU at home, and then they beat Troy, beat Georgia Tech on the road, beat Syracuse, beat Carolina on the road, beat BC on the road, beat what will probably be a ranked SMU team at home, get a bye, beat Duke at home, beat Florida State at home. Now, all of a sudden, November 14th, you go down to Louisville. You're at home. They're going to probably be ranked. They're going to be a good team. And you got a chance to make a statement win, and then 2 weeks later, you play at South Carolina. If Clemson runs the table or goes, one loss where let's say they lose to Louisville, but then 2 weeks later you beat South Carolina on the road, then you win the ACC again, that's going to look a lot like those really good Clemson teams from 15 to 20 or 15 to 19, where, yeah, you drop maybe a game in the regular season, but you are still going to be the best of the best. You are still going to be the team that people look at and say, hey, that's how Clemson, A, holds on to the recruits they have, and B, starts landing even more of these kids because they're going to be able to give more money. They're already giving more money to kids. They've never been opposed to paying their current players. It was always about what are we going to give to high school kids. And so I think if Coach Sweeney is able to get some of those big wins against LSU and South Carolina, even if you drop a game against an ACC opponent, if anything, that helps your league standing out. But now, if you have that success, you make another playoff bid. So now 2 years in a row, you're back in the playoffs. Maybe this year they host, or maybe get a bye, depending on what the rules end up being this year. Maybe you get a playoff win or two, make it to the quarters, make it to the semis. Maybe they're a team that I think is capable of making a run to the semifinals this year, and have those 2 SEC wins, get 1 or 2 postseason wins. Now, all of a sudden, Clemson's recruiting takes off, and now Clemson is back to being a legitimate title contender. I think this season is going to determine, and this is putting a lot on them, but I think this season is going to determine if Clemson is going to become a team that is a pretty good tier 2 team, but not a real title contender, or do they get back to being like on the level of almost a title contender, maybe like the 15 team, the 17 team, the 19 team, where, you're going to have that senior-laden team that makes a run to the championship game, but you just get overwhelmed by that LSU team or that Bama team that you lost to in those 15, 17, and 19, twice to Bama, once LSU. Or, which is kind of like where Notre Dame is right now, or do you get back to the top where you're a title contender? I think those are all things that we're going to look at and say, where are they going to go? Where are they going to be? What can they get to? And this season is going to determine, in my opinion, a lot of that. If they can't capitalize on the roster they have now, the schedule that they have in front of them with the home game against LSU, and it being a year where I still don't think there's any elite like 2019 LSU, 2018 Clemson, 2020 Bama teams, 21 Georgia. I still don't think any of those teams are around. If you can take advantage of that, then I think that's how Clemson can say, hey, we're going to get back to that level. But if you can't take advantage of that, then I think Clemson's going to you get to this point where you just almost kind of start saying, this is just who they are now. They had their great run. It was a small stretch, but now Clemson's back to being what Clemson is usually going to be, which is a good team, but not a great team. And I think it's going to tell us a lot about where they are. So that's the discussion about that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. It would have been a little bit different if Sean was still in here with us, but unfortunately he had an internet connection issue. But well, I'm going to be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Trevor and I are going to be back. We're going to be talking all Notre Dame tomorrow. We will have a mailbag tomorrow. Can't wait for this. We're going to be one day closer to spring ball tomorrow. Very, very, very much excited about that. Wednesday, we'll have Bice a hold. Thursday, more team topics. Friday, mailbag. We're back on track. 1 o'clock every afternoon. You guys know the drill. You know where to find us, right? Same bat time, same bat channel. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Share this podcast. And if you've not done so, sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Certainly helps us out a ton. We're going to have a lot of new cool content coming out. I think you guys are going to enjoy some of the changes we're making. So definitely check those out. So for Sean, I'm Brian. Have a great rest of your day. And I'll talk to you guys again very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.